I'm definitely not streaming that. So yeah, that was slightly wrong there. I had to update that real quick. Completely forgot that I had OBS set to that I was streaming Hitman. That should be everything. Alright. This is the first I've actually started this game up. So, yeah, this is technically blind because this is the first time actually starting the proper game. I did play the demo a couple months ago. It was fun. I mean, after all, I did buy the game, so evidently I thought it was fun. And I got it with the Pioneers pack because it was only like an extra £2 or something. I can't remember. So we're on early access 0.1.373. You can see down the bottom here. I'm also running this. It gave me the option DirectX 11 or 12. Mine completely went blank there for a second. Put the UI up a little bit. I will leave it on large, why not? Apparently this is something that a lot of people kind of have some annoyance with, is that Piper, your AI support buddy thing, talks, so some people dislike it. You know, fair enough. Up there, what do we get here? 5.1 stereo and mono. Nah, we'll keep it in stereo. Let's see. Chuck VSync on. Though I don't actually know if that really matters. I think I'll keep the rest of these like graphic options basically where they are. You know what, we'll chuck on that frame breaking. No. I don't actually see any real difference. Oh yes, you can. Right, we'll keep that on low just for the time being. So I've got something I can switch off if we have a little bit of issues. And I've got myself a nice 1.5 litres of pineapple and coconut juice drink for this. As far as I'm aware, find toggle sprint, yep. Okay, so we'll go single player, we'll start a new game. We'll pick potentially one of the most original names, which is called the stream game. There's no goods anymore. Some like you have taken up for the Lightyear frontier. Got a fresh start, a new home. I mean, maybe. I still like the fact that you're basically flying through space on a RV with wings. Hey,
Did you think
Magica.
I wanted for streaming?
Oh man, I knew I should have disabled all of those notifications and not put
Well,
streaming into the
well,
chat.
honestly, you're kind of lucky because I just got up from a food coma.
You mean you were actually dead?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Oh, happy Resurrection Day.
I mean, it is Easter. Bum.
Hello.
So what you been up to today, apart from apparently more Hitman?
That was actually an accident. I hit start streaming before I remembered I have to update it in OBS as well.
Yeah, somebody's got to remember to tell Carson to do that the next time she starts up. Not that it'll matter tomorrow, because we actually will be in Cat's Factory tomorrow.
Oh well.
Finally, I'm getting through.
I got
That
my
was quite the
robot.
tumble you took there.
Yay.
Luckily, your biometrics tell me
Now
you're
let's take a look at the
A-okay.
streaming.
But before anything else, let's put that mech of yours back in one piece.
Apparently, Gatorade is now doing alkaline water.
Now flip that sucker sunny side up and hop in. We've got a planet to explore.
So you're back in this one, Ian.
I'm not back in this one. This is the full game.
Excuse my manners. One kind of stops expecting yes after 200 years. Name's PIP3R. That's Piper for short. Up there in the sky. That blinking dot is yours truly. But enough introductions. Let's get you situated and
Well,
make you
fair
at
enough.
home.
Hey, 1 second, let me plug in my headset. And go find some tissues, because I'm apparently having a nosebleed.
Yay!
Food coma equals nosebleed, yay!
It never ceases to amaze. That magnificent mech. Those high-powered tools. And even that ship of yours. The Farm Mech project really was extraordinary. Such a shame that it got cancelled in the end.
Oh, that's why this, whenever I add something new that I'm streaming that I haven't streamed before through OBS, I have to add the application to my, my audio output. Otherwise you wouldn't hear anything. And I did kind of wonder why the EXE for this is listed as farmech_shipping. I know that they often will add _shipping to the EXE on an Unreal Engine game, but I did find it curious it was called farmech rather than Lightyear Frontier.
Maybe that was the original name for it, because you are farming in a mech?
No, I mean it would have made sense if it was farm mech, but it was far mech. Which, I mean, I suppose there is the fact that, like, the first letter of mech is the last word of farm.
Sending us probes out to the edge of the galaxy to scan for hospitable planets. That was no
Yeah, like I
small
said,
feat.
maybe it
But,
was the original name.
but then
for it.
again, yeah, then again, the AI has just mentioned about the old farmech project. Yeah, I'm actually convinced that your character is actually like a criminal on the run, and they stole this mech. I'm kind of convinced that that's actually what the story of this game really is.
So now you're farming as your cover, question mark?
I don't know, maybe it's like you're a criminal who you just decided, you know what, I'm gonna do a runner.
You know, as criminals do.
Yep. And the last thing they happened to steal was a space RV that had a farming mech in the back.
I'm like, well, cool, I can learn how to use this, I can farm, I could totally turn over a new leaf.
Yeah.
Well, abandoning the Lightyear frontier for Mars does make some sense. It was a lot closer and would sustain Earth's population, at least for a
Problem
while.
is, you're now on a planet in bumfuck nowhere where a farming mech is actually cutting edge technology.
Well.
And you stick out like a sore thumb. Yes, I also, as usual, have ice cream.
You monster, how dare you
Very easily.
come here with ice cream and not bring any for the rest of the class. That's terrible.
Also, I don't know if it's just me in my area specifically, but I am having a hard time finding straight up coconut ice cream.
For 1 second, I thought you were going to say that you're having a hard time finding straight up Coke.
I mean, considering all the fentanyl overdoses, I would probably have a hard time finding straight up Coke.
I suppose.
Like I said, someone in my state the other day was arrested for having several tons of it.
By several tons.
Of fentanyl, apparently.
Jeez.
I don't know if that.
I swear, officer, it's personal use. I swear, Your Honor, it was for personal use. You can't prove nothing.
Well, you're still alive, sir. 40 years. Clap.
Oh man, I thought they would believe me if I said it was for personal use. My personal use, 40 tons, several tons of fentanyl.
Yeah, well the thing is, they say several tons, and I feel like they're confusing it with all the other drugs they also have.
Yeah.
Fentanyl is, like I said, highly regulated and highly deadly.
Well, I mean, for all it's highly deadly and highly regulated, they're all. People are gonna find this stuff. They're just gonna.
Eventually, I should see if there was a retraction of that statement, or at least a correction of it, because that still doesn't sound right, especially in this state.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it does sound weird. It sounds like an excessive amount, even by like just standards of I've got a lovely bunch of fentanyl, dealy-dee, here it is going up my nose, dealy-dee. Oh wait, that's right, fentanyl you inject, you don't actually snort it. Because it's not actually coke, it's like one of the things that goes into coke, if memory serves.
Okay, they have in fact corrected it to over 100 bags of fentanyl, but a couple of kilos of coke.
Just think about the thousands of people who initially came to the frontier, taking a chance on this one-way trip, only to get abandoned.
And a statement
But the
saying that it seems that
generations
things
they
are in
managed
fact
to
exaggerated.
profit. Your neighbors are quite tenacious, huh?
Man, it must be a slow year for the police so far, Ben. You were about to get this man more than just life. Well, we don't have the death penalty in my state.
No, that's why we shipped them across state lines.
Yeah, unfortunately, they won't do that anymore.
So they're not just going to pull a China.
Pretty much.
And if you actually knew what I was referring to, you would have probably laughed and said, my god, that's dark.
Really? And apparently I am not the only one that thinks that coconut ice cream is becoming harder to find.
Well, you type it in like Connecticut International News. Oh my god, coconut ice cream so hard, you guys.
Nope.
Then the top Google result is damn
Nope,
right it is.
No, I wrote coconut ice cream, hard to find, and there's a literal Reddit thread about it, how it's apparently been disappearing from store shelves since slightly before COVID.
You end up looking up just the most random weird things.
Yep. I'm sure my which one is it? It's the NSA that we say is spying on everybody?
NSA, FBI,
CIA, whatever.
CIA
My
at the
CIA agent
FBI.
I'm sure my CIA agent has lots of therapy by now.
Oh, you refer to that one? Yeah, that's usually your NSA agent.
Yeah, I'm sure whichever one's dedicated to me is getting lots of therapy now. I can't get a good look on this guy,
I
help!
know you weren't sent here for a mission that's been cancelled for nearly 2 centuries. You probably found that ship in a scrap heap somewhere and took off for greener pastures, right?
I
No
know I've
need
got
to
ice cream that has coconut in
doesn't
it, but
matter
it's not
anymore.
coconut ice cream.
I'm just happy to finally have some company.
It is German chocolate cake ice cream.
That's just terrible.
Yeah, we want to know the depressing thing.
You're eating it and you're not sharing.
Well, there's that. But, German chocolate cake has nothing to do with the country.
Well, I mean, I'm going to shock you to your core, right? You will have problems believing anything anyone ever tells you again in the future. But Black Forest Gâteau does not actually it doesn't contain any Black Forest in it.
No, it was just made in a very specific region.
No, it isn't.
Initially, it was made in the Black Forest region.
Yeah, because most of them don't actually prescribe to that thing that the Cheddar region of France went with, or even the Champagne region, because like that's why we have sparkling water, which is functionally identical to champagne.
Sparkling wine.
Well,
Champagne literally is
I mean,
sparkling wine.
well, no, sparkling wine is literally champagne. It's just literally champagne made somewhere other than the Champagne region. Because if they call it Champagne, then the Champagans get peeved.
The funny thing is, champagne was invented by accident.
Yeah, what they were actually trying to do, they were sieving the dishwater.
Apparently the guy was originally horrified when his bottle started exploding, but found that people actually liked the fizzy wine.
Now this is an area that you can't go into in the demo.
Never did figure out who left them. I
Looks
tried
scary.
scanning them with all my instruments over and
I
over.
see why they don't allow you to
Got
go
nothing
into
show
it.
for
It must be too
Feel free
terrifying
to
for a
scrutinize
demo.
them. Maybe you'll spot
You're
something.
No,
Little
it's simply
demo
because
for-
it's outside the area that they wanted you to explore in the demo.
Let me finish my rant.
No. Because you end up spending half the time talking over whatever the AI says.
Yeah, fair enough.
Or I answer something the AI has said and you go, wait, what?
So, what is the purple stuff supposed to be?
I don't know, Robotech.
Fair enough.
It's legally distinct Robotech that's not actually Robotech, but it's Robotech.
Ah, so what you're saying is this planet's already been taken over by Skynet.
I mean, maybe. Oh, that's right, we've got flashlight. Ooh, light. Oh, damn, the interface doesn't actually... nothing flips on the interface when you switch the light on. That's lame.
You know, there are plenty of games where you get to play as the bad side from a situation. And you know what I realized it'd be cool to do?
What?
A Terminator game where you play as the Skynet AI network, taking over things on Judgment Day.
You mean the kill line expansion for Terminator Resistance?
Oh, so it is in fact already a thing.
Yes.
I
Yeah, if
didn't
you,
know all the Terminator games.
it's the most recent one. You know those guys that made RoboCop, right? You know how there's that recent RoboCop film, not film, game.
That brought back what's his name to voice him, yeah.
Yeah, Rogue City. It's other than being an absolutely awesome game that unfortunately I can't stream because I attempted to stream it and OBS immediately cried and then died. It was all like, boo-hoo, we can't do the thing, and then it would go, I'm dead. And like literally did the blarg, and that was it.
You wanna play it on stream, but you like your setup.
Yeah, I mean, like seriously, I have never had anything else. Like I have a setting on the fan called Jet, right? It's got silent, deadly, jet engine, right? That's the three settings. Yeah, that's no, that's the three settings. It's got silent, deadly, jet engine. Which is kind of funny because, you know, it's a cool thing over here. I know it's also a thing that gets said in America about how farts are silent but deadly, right? That's the joke they're making. Someone got a fart joke into the control software of my computer and I find it hilarious. But the point is, if I switch the setting to jet engine, you would not be able to hear me over the sound of the fans on my computer, right? It was worse when I tried to... I did a bandwidth test where basically... OBS will do everything for streaming a game apart from actually sending it to the stream, right? And within moments, I could barely hear myself over how loud the jets were the fans started going.
On my laptop.
Yeah.
My
and
laptop, whenever I play Pacific Drive, gets so hot that I need to move to mouse and plug-in keyboard.
Dude, when I was playing that game last, when I was streaming it, I can stream that game on ultra with all the highest settings, and I average about 40 FPS. I dropped it to DX11 and put it on ultra, and I get basically 60. But it does have some wonk-ass drops when I'm streaming it. Which is why I sort of dropped things a bit more to like medium. But yeah, like some folk were actually saying that RoboCop, if you're using the Unreal VR mod, it's like straight up one of the most difficult things to actually run in that, because you need like the 4090 and all the stuff. Otherwise, your computer's probably going to melt trying to run that in VR. Because it really doesn't like it.
Fair enough. Like I said, Pacific Drive gets, and this is my fault for gaming on a laptop, gets my laptop so hot that I have to move to mouse and plug-in keyboard, and I need to find my my USB splitter actually.
It'd be handy.
I legitimately forgot what I did with that thing. I suppose I can always order another one. They aren't exactly that expensive. I only needed a 3-slot one, so it was relatively cheap. I think it was like $10.
Oh, dude, I've got 4-way splitter plugged in. We also somewhere have a 7-way splitter, and I have a 6-way powered splitter. The 6-way power splitter I actually used to keep my VR headset from dying.
Something else I'll probably also do at some point or another is get myself a plug-in cooling pad for this thing instead of just running it on the USB.
Oh, and like legitimately, considering how big Underdogs is on Steam, which is that VR robot boxing thing, this game immediately already needs a VR system using that exact control scheme. Right, so we're not going to be able to do anything with these until we upgrade the Hoover.
Do you think you'll find a Remy?
A Remy.
Yeah, I'm making a Pacific Drive joke.
What? How would I find a car?
I don't know. You've got a mech that looks like a transformer.
Did it? I mean, the whole thing is right. Oh wait, it wasn't this. It was someone else I was looking at the controls for that mentioned the car, and I was like, wait, what? I also think there needs to be like a way that you can easily select your tools on this. Alright, I suppose I could use 2 and 3 to switch between those. Never. Alright, let's actually go and do some farming in this farming game that has giant robots. Yeah, come on.
Too like farming in my farming game. That's why I play Stardew Valley.
No, it's not. You play Stardew Valley so you can get people to say your name, and that way you get immediate access to end game items because you're cheaty pants.
Yeah, well, because of the new content update, they aren't as end game as I'd like them to be. But hey, I'm too lazy to look up the new item IDs.
You had it here first. He's too lazy to cheat, but he cheats because he's lazy.
Pretty much. Makes sense. Okay, and well, now before I end up having gastrointestinal issues, I'm gonna put away the rest of my ice cream.
You're gonna have gastrointestinal issues. You're gonna have problems with your intesticles if you eat too much ice cream.
Yeah, because I'm eating half a... How big is this? 9 servings per container.
Does it not tell you in like liters?
1.5 quarts or 1.42 liters. Think of ice cream.
Oh my god, you! See, oh my god, you are just ahead with asthma.
Pretty much. Like, I've literally just gone through half of a 1.42 liter thing of ice cream. If I eat all of this, I will in fact get stomach cramps.
You get stomach cramps from eating ice cream. God, you...
A lot of ice cream. Like, this is almost 2 quarts of ice cream, dude.
You know, you keep using words like quarts as if it means something to me.
Okay, like I said, 1.42 liters.
Still.
Like, this is a giant ass tub of ice cream.
As a hell is like...
Well, it is when you literally spend an hour and a half at a buffet earlier. Yeah, that's why I was in a food coma.
Got a big baby.
No,
You're a little baby man.
Well, apparently the body just doesn't like it when you put too much sweets in it.
Maybe yours doesn't. Okay, so we're gonna need a spot to do some farming. So obviously we're gonna head over this way.
Well,
for our initial
you take
farm.
a big hammer and you pound the ground flat.
Well, first off, I know I'm gonna need to murder this. No, you can't actually kill the animals. There's no animal killing in this game.
Game refund.
Yep, gotta refund it. Can't murder the platypus things.
But you can't murder the animals in Stardew Valley either. Yeah, but that's what mods are for.
You know what's also kind of funny? Because this is Unreal Engine, I might actually try and get this properly working without Unreal Engine VR mod. And then I'll do VR robo farming.
Your compliance is welcome. Because you know what this mech also kind of reminds you of? That other robot cop prototype, the one that I can't remember the name of that had problems with stairs.
Oh, you're talking about Ed 209.
You.
Put the
I've
weapon
seen-
down. Guy immediately drops a Desert Eagle. You have 6 seconds to comply, and then it goes down, and then blows them the fuck away. You know what's actually quite funny about that, right? The version that's in the film, even the unrated version, is not as gory as the director wanted it to be. The studio forced them to tone it down, and then unfortunately the one that they did actually make, the original footage was kicked back. They redid the thing with the version that's now in the unrated version of RoboCop, but the one that was in the theatrical cut, you see less than half of the footage that they did, and they also had to go in and like specifically mess around with lighting and stuff to like paint out, like literally on the film they had to paint out bits of the bits of blood to cut it down to something that the MPAA would allow them to get an 18 rating for.
Remember, kids, if it weren't for Gremlins, the MPAA would not be as far as it is.
I still love that bit in Gremlins 2 where they rip up the film and then Hulk Hogan threatens to batter the crap out of them.
I have only seen the RoboCop films twice. I have seen Gremlins, both of them, once.
Oh, dude. You need to watch those films again. They were awesome.
Why would I watch them when they consistently end up getting put online in their entirety for free, clip for clip?
So watch them entirely in the thing for free, clip by clip. Did I say the words, dude, you should totally go on like Amazon and buy them on Blu-ray?
I mean, I wouldn't do that anyway.
Exactly. I said you should watch those films again. The method of watching those films again is entirely up to you. Yeah, it's irrelevant. The point is, consume media.
Fair enough. There are very few movies that I think you could actually reconstruct clip for clip because of images online.
Well, I mean, that's basically what they did with Psycho, isn't it?
Yeah, good point. Just wait. In a few more years, they're gonna remake that too.
They already did. I mean, that's what I'm referring to. There's a shot-for-shot remake of Psycho. It's like, why?
Yeah, and people hate it for that reason.
Yeah, I just think, what is the purpose of that? Like, Psycho, it does this thing that a lot of other things have done. You know, it already exists. So, why did you go and make a brand spanking new version of it that was shot for shot identical, just with new actors, when literally all you could have done, like, it would have been cheaper if you had just cleaned up the original footage to make like a Blu-ray release? Because, I mean, arguably, because the whole film's in black and white, I've seen the original footage being televised in the past. It was shown on TV here years ago, and it was the original whenever Psycho was made. Like, what was it, in the 60s or something, right? And that footage is very clean because it's black and white.
Yep.
Like, I mean, honestly,
I believe they used the same cameras that the Twilight Zone would use.
Yeah, it's just because it's very, like, the whites are very white and the blacks are very black, so you get this good contrast, which leads to very solid colors. And it still, you look at the original, like, 1960s whatever copy of the film, it looks really good quality.
To colorize it, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
Which, you know, the BBC has been doing a lot recently with a lot of their older shows. Which could be why it seems to be on its last legs yet again.
Mm.
And yet another year where the BBC is worried about going into liquidation.
I hope
That's
they
a joke
do.
that's been being made. That's a joke that's been being made since I was a kid.
I hope they do get done. Well, yeah, because a lot of people hate them. And it's well deserved.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's right, BBC, you suck. You suck, big hairy ones.
fact, actually, my first exposure to the fact that sometimes you guys get animated shows with a different dub than we do was watching Naughty as a kid.
Well, yeah, it's because there's like colloquial things that we say that you guys don't understand.
The funny thing is, because I have family in Canada, as my mom likes to say it.
Well, then she's wrong because it's Canada. It's not Canada.
We actually ended up with a bunch of UK English dubs of Naughty on tape.
Right. This alters the fact that a lot of Americans don't have Canadian relatives. How?
Touche. And then and then they started airing them in syndicated form on PBS, the public broadcasting station.
Oh, that's what PBS
And
stands
I
for.
realized the freaking and then I noticed that the voice was slightly different, number one. And number two, the lines were different.
Dude, push, get out of my way.
Rip the late Susan Sheridan, though. She was the original voice of Naughty.
Oh.
She was also the voice of Trillian in The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and if you've ever seen the movie The Black Cauldron, she was the princess, whose name I'm not going to try to pronounce.
Say it. Say it wrong on purpose.
Elonwy. I can get you the spelling.
I ain't not bothered.
Fair enough. She was also the voice of a character known as Moomin.
And what?
A cartoon series called Moomin and Snupkin.
Alright, okay, it's not... right,
I
I probably misheard you then.
What'd you think I said?
What you said and what I heard seemed to be what I think the name of like the main bad guy is, or pseudo bad guy in Shadow of the Colossus.
Oh. I'm trying to think of anything else she might have done. I can always look her up.
I'm probably not gonna know it anyway. I'm
know.
an uncultured swine.
Inclined to agree that you probably would recognize any of these because they all seem to be one-off roles.
Yeah.
Like, literally the most iconic thing she did outside The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy appears to be Naughty. And she unfortunately passed away in 2015.
Come back here and make sure I've got the...
Put away my ice cream before it melts and I eat it all.
and shine, Exo Farmer. The decorating you did yesterday really lit up the place. It's really beginning to feel like a home.
Okay, I'm back.
Well,
But yes, I cheat at video games and I still have fun. I understand that a lot of people think it takes the fun out of the games. Like, you go on this massive rant about a guy who decided that Fallout and Skyrim are bad games because he could press the tilde key and open the console! Dude, you could just rebind the fucking key.
I mean, it was the way that he sat there, like such a smug twat. Like, oh no, this door's a little bit hard. Hits tilde, opens up the thing, clicks on the door, and then types in unlock. And then, oh, I'm so glad I didn't have to bother playing the game to gain that ability. And then he gets to the next thing, like, oh no, this chest looks a little bit hard, because, you know, it's like an amateur lock. And, you know, he just does the same thing and then goes up to a computer. Oh no, this computer might be a little bit hard. So he then goes and uses the unlock code on it. And then it's the way that he looks at the camera as if to be like, you see my point. You know, like, this proves beyond the shadow of a doubt I'm 100% correct.
Bethesda is a shit company.
It was one of the... It wasn't even that Bethesda's a bad company or anything. No, it was... these games should not be on PC because people just cheated them, right? That was his argument. But it's insanely wrong as it blatantly is, right?
Yeah,
And
like that,
then it's just the way that, as I say, he sat there staring at his screen as if this my point has been made 100%. I know what I'm talking about. And it's one of the few videos that I've actually commented on, just being like, dude, if you can't, like, you know, if you do not have the what's the thing? The, like, self-restraint to not use that, then that's on you.
Okay, so question for you, by the way.
The answer is
'Cause
Jamaica.
I have an audible credit.
Jamaica.
Mort or Color of Magic?
What about Mindy?
I don't know if that's available on audiobook.
I would actually say Night Watch.
I've already got the first one.
I would say Guards.
Okay. I still have a hard time not hearing Eric Idle as Rincewind.
I mean, that's fair enough. You're not going to hear Rincewind being voiced by Eric Idle in Guards anyway.
Names.
Yeah, or
Outside
that,
names.
yeah.
Which is sad, because he does it so well.
Right, those are fine.
Eric Idle is one of those guys that you can see him voicing an underdog character. And the funny thing is that Rincewind isn't technically an underdog character. He's just a sort of idiot when it comes down to it.
Oh my god, that's terrible. Why would you say that Rincewind's an idiot? Other than, you know, the mountain of proof that he's an idiot, but still.
He's a competent idiot, that's the problem.
His only major problem is simply the fact that he
can't
has
learn
the
new
8...
spells.
Yeah, he has one of the 8 great spells from the Octarine stuck in his brain. And he can't do
Yeah,
anything about it.
And it literally precludes him from learning anything else.
No, it doesn't preclude him from learning anything else. Because he can learn other spells. The problem is, they don't stick in his mind. Because the spell for the Octarine scares every other spell out of his mind. That is a literal thing. That spell scares other magic out of his head.
Yeah, fair enough. But I really like Death in Discworld.
It's because he's such an interesting character.
Yeah, one minute he could be like understanding everything, and then suddenly it's like,
Well,
oh, you humans!
No, he doesn't understand everything. That's one of the big jokes about the character, is He is this timeless, immortal figure that, like, he's not even immortal. It's the fact that he is unmortal in every way, shape, or form. He exists in his own realm. He's the master of everything that he feels like being the master of, and he's an anthropomorphic personification of the force of death. So technically, he's not actually an entity as such. He is a personification of a force. He has been around since the dawn of time, since before Discworld even existed in that universe, and yet he will sit there, and he's it's honestly, it reminds me of that bit in Harry Potter where Harry goes into the room and the father Weasley is like, "Oh, Harry, I've got this question for you. What is the purpose of a rubber duck?"
A rubber duck.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, you know, you think like that, what an asinine, pointless question. But then, like, he lives in a world where you can just magic up basically anything. There was actually a really good point I'd never noticed before that somebody brought up, right? There was a complaint about the fact that Molly Weasley, the Weasley mother, in one of the films, I think it's it's the one where they have to, like, it starts off with several people using the potion to look like Harry so that they can sneak him out for
That'll be the Deathly Hallows Part 1.
that one. Yeah, they mention about how, like, every other time you see these people who are quote unquote poor, but they've got a pan in the background that's being washed by an enchanted brush, right?
Yeah, the point is they're not.
Yeah, no, hold on.
Just-
No, the being poor doesn't matter. It's the fact that every single film that's shown in their house has always had this pan being washed in the background by magic. And then in the Deathly Hallows, when they get to the house, she's washing the pan by hand, right?
Yep.
And it was a really good point that somebody made on the fact of she's basically shit scared about hearing that one of her four children or her husband,
George and Bill.
yeah, one of her three direct children, one of her, I think it's her, she's got a brother or sister, that the other
Her
one,
daughter-in-law.
yeah,
She's got a
the
daughter-in-law at a floor. Yeah.
no, I'm talking about the other one that works with dragons and stuff that has the scars.
Yeah, that'd be Bill. That's her son.
Oh, right, that's Bill. Okay, yeah, because
Bill-
the whole thing is
Bill,
you've got,
Fred, George, and Ron
Yeah.
are their kids.
yeah, so you've got straight up.
wife is
Hold
on the
on,
floor,
right?
and
Yeah,
that's her
calm down.
daughter-in-law.
Yeah, we don't care. The point being, she has 4 direct children, and her husband going on that job. Any one of which, one or multiple, may end up being straight up murdered. Like, of course she's
Yeah.
fucking worried.
You've seen the second film, right?
Hmm. I've seen the
You know
entire
clock-
set.
You know that clock that they have where it shows like where
Yeah.
any Weasley is at any given time?
Yeah, they
In the
mention
books,
about that
there's
as
a
well.
fifth setting. In the books, there is a 5th setting on it called Mortal Peril, for some strange reason.
Hmm.
During the entirety of the Half-Blood Prince and the Deathly Hallows, all the hands of the Weasley family are under mortal peril.
Yeah. Yeah, because that was one of the other things that somebody had brought up. That was like, this is such a stupid. See, I think that was not made by them, right? That was purchased, and it's like a danger clock. You know how you get like the full glass and everything.
Yeah, they literally explain in the book, in literally the Deathly Hallows, that every Weasley gets a clock or watch when they turn 18. Molly had one specifically made for her and her family. For that reason. Why they decide to include mortal peril, J.K. Rowling has never explained.
What did you say?
And I think it's every Weasley gets
No,
a clock or watch.
no. What was the last thing that you said there?
J.K. Rowling never explained why the clock included mortal peril.
Oh my god. I'm pretty sure that J.K. Rowling wants to smack you upside the head.
Why would you include that on a clock if you didn't think it would be in another one?
No, I'm pretty sure she wants to hit you upside the head because she has explained multiple times to Americans that her name is not Rowling, it's Rolling. Because it rhymes with rowing, like what you do on a boat.
Oh, fair enough. I used to pronounce it rolling all the time, but for some strange reason I started pronouncing it rowling.
Yeah, well, you're wrong.
No, fair enough. Happens to me a lot. So, next month starts my favorite month of the year, April.
Not gonna. It's not gonna be my favorite month of the year. Why is it gonna be yours?
It's Autism Awareness Month.
Right. Well, it's not gonna be my favorite month of the year on account of starting tomorrow our new thought crime laws go into effect. Meaning
Thought crime.
we can effectively say that we are a modern Salem. Because you know that whole thing where you had someone who you dislike and you could just point at them and be like, that person's a witch. And now they were socially ostracized. Well, now you can feign offense and turn around and say, that person offended me. And I call it a hate crime. And the police have vowed that they will 100% deal with all hate crimes, no matter how vague and bullshit the accusation is. Which personally,
kind of doing in some places.
yeah, but now they've like officially made that statement that they are 100% doing that here. And that's like, oh great, so now you can't have a laugh with your buddy for fear of accidentally offending someone completely different. Because that's also the thing. You don't even have to be the target now. You just have to perceive some kind of offense. And you will 100% be able to phone up the police and be like, this person offended me. By proxy, I wasn't even involved.
Well, we'll see how long that lasts.
I hope it's something that ends up being thrown out pretty damn sharpish. Because, I mean, it does, like, damn near literally make it illegal to have banter with your buddies.
That sucks.
I mean, as I've pointed out in the past, right? The problem with having these super vague, like, so-called hate crime and racism laws and that, right, is, let's say you get cut off on the road, and you say, oh my god, that guy's such an asshole, who the fuck taught him to drive? And then that guy gets out of his car and he happens to be wearing a turban because he's a Sikh. Well, guess what? You just committed a hate crime. That's the way the law looks at it.
You would have just committed a hate crime right there for referring to him as a Sikh, because I believe that's actually a slur.
No, the Sikh religion. You know, the religion where that people who practice it are called Sikhs. Now, I mean, if that's a so-called offensive term to people that follow that religion, I would apologize because I didn't know that. But that's the other thing, because, oh, you refer to these people that follow that religion via a thing that we've decreed as being a slur now, that you did not know about. Well, it's still hate crime.
Ignorance is no excuse for not following the law.
Yeah, well, I mean, the whole thing is, right? No, see, the whole thing is, right? Ignorance is not a defense. Only counts for shit like murder, theft, like the what was it called? What was it somebody called it? Oh yeah, the struggle snuggle, right? You know, when you walk up and punch someone in the face with a baseball bat, you fully know what you did. You know that's against the law. You can't be like, oh well, I didn't know that smashing someone in the face was called GBH. That's terrible. Like, no, you fucking know. Like, that's when ignorance of the law does. Yeah, like if I run up, no, it's grievous bodily harm. That's GBH. It's a higher version of like if you hit someone once with a baseball bat, it's assault, potentially assault with a deadly weapon. If you beat the absolute snot out of somebody and send them to intensive care, it's GBH. But yeah, the whole thing is, so like, yeah, you could like you can say you're ignorant of something like, you know, I didn't know that this word is offensive to people that follow this specific religion. But when it comes to like, oh, I said this thing that's clearly offensive to all members of this race, or, you know, honestly, Your Honor, I didn't know that. Well, I mean, the whole thing is, right, you can't use it when it's like, well, honestly, Your Honor, I didn't realize that when I smashed the window to that car, climbed into it, and drove away without the keys, that I was committing a crime. You know? Like, they're gonna laugh you out of the court for being such a moron.
They're gonna laugh you out of the court and then try you in your absence.
Well, no, they're gonna laugh you out of court while you get sent for 6 months. For being an asshat.
You had a good night's sleep.
For Grand Theft Auto,
The decorating you did yesterday really
Yeah.
lit up the place.
But-
It's really beginning to feel like a home.
I mean, that's the problem with a lot of these things, is that being unaware of, like, a vague law is a thing.
Indeed.
But anyone that legitimately tries to use it, yeah, they're talking shit. I mean, it's kind of like that joke that I make when it comes to the pleading the fifth. You know, that statistically speaking, pleading the fifth, you fully 100% know that you are effectively admitting to whatever you're pleading the fifth to.
If you're
Like-
not guilty, you might be guilty of... Well, you might not be guilty of what they're accusing you of.
Yeah, but you're
You might
definitely
be
guilty of something.
else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because, like, it makes
That's what pleading
sense.
the fifth is technically for.
Yeah, it makes sense being like, I refuse to answer the question as to whether or not my husband hired an assassin to kill everyone at his work. I plead the fifth because I don't want to admit to the fact that I was committing adultery with my boss. You know?
Right.
Like,
It's like,
that's
I
what
don't
it's
remember
supposed
if
to
it's-
be.
I don't remember if it's a TV short or something, or somebody just put captions over a bunch of clips. But I remember seeing something once, and it's like a lawyer in a courtroom. I have this guy's internet history to prove where he was at the time of the murder. I'd rather just go to prison.
Yeah, please don't share my internet history. I really mean it. I don't feel like doing extra time for the weird stuff I search.
Well, that's the thing. You're not on trial for what's in the internet history. So theoretically, he'd get off for it.
No, they would totally, yeah, they'd totally be like, you were looking up the kinky feet pics of all the celebrities. You are totally getting done for this.
Depending on the celebrity.
I actually sometimes wonder why exactly did feet pics become the go-to thing for, ooh, kinky? Like, I just sometimes wonder because it's just because it's so silly.
Scientific explanation for it, because that is probably the most common fetish out there. I'd say let's go look at Freud, but with Freud, everything was about sex.
Well, I mean, there was also the fact that when it came to Freud's stuff, he was a bit fraudulent on account of you like that. His whole thing being that his whole thing over the Oedipus complex thing is the fact that Oedipus did not know. You actually made this point in the past that Oedipus did not as soon as he found out that he was banging his mum and he'd accidentally killed his dad.
He stabbed out his own eyes.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's the whole thing. That's why Oedipus is a very tragic character, even though strictly speaking he did some monstrous things, but he did them unknowingly, and that's the point.
Tried to avoid doing them, funnily enough.
Yeah. And it's also the fact that he was kind of shafted by the fact that his father tried to kill him when he found out the thing that, oh, you're totally going to be killed by your son. So he was like, oh, well, you know, he's barely out of the womb. Better throw him in the water. You know,
and a messenger and a farmer just having to take pity on him.
Yeah.
Funnily
And
enough, it's
he actually got
a
pretty
same
decent thing.
messenger that announces that his farmer adopted father passed away.
Yeah. But the whole thing was, right, because he was Sigmund Freud, the psychiatrist, or psychologist, whatever, because he was raised by what's termed a wet nurse, so his mother, like, for all he was breastfed, he was not breastfed by his mother. As a completely different woman who was a wet nurse. She also took care of most of the actual, like, duties of raising a child. The fact is, Sigmund Freud was not raised by his mother. Therefore, when he made his claim that, you know, all sons want to sleep with their mothers and kill their fathers, and also for all daughters it's exactly the same but opposite, so, you know, they want to kill their mother and sleep with their father, he was making that claim from the point of someone who did not have the relationship. Like, internally in his mind, his mother didn't actually fit the mother slot in the family relations board. For him, it was this wet nurse. And that's kind of the point. It's like, you have a different opinion of this entire thing from everyone else. Because to you, your mother and the person that raised you are not the same.
Right.
And that was the rather sizable problem.
Indeed.
I need 2 plant oil for that. 4 for that.
And like, the funny thing is, he did have some sound psychological concepts. It's just that everything else was about fucking sex.
Pretty much. Right, so we'll have those make plant stuff. Excuse me. You know, I don't think I ever actually ran all the way across there and saw what was there.
There's probably a cliff.
No, actually, there's an adorable little beach. Oh.
So have you seen anything for the Final Fantasy VII Remake, the chapter that recently dropped?
Part 2.
Yeah.
Not really.
You should listen to Red 13's voice.
Why?
They made him sound like a fucking teenager, which I get that in terms of his species' lifespan.
Yeah, he technically is a teenager.
But, like, I legitimately cannot see him with that fucking voice.
See, the thing is, right, when it comes to the voice for Red 13, I already have a voice for Red 13. And it's the one from the Final Fantasy VII Abridged Machinima.
I need to go and watch that again.
Yeah, you do. Especially the last couple episodes, like, or especially the one that features when they meet Red 13. It's just the way that when they're about to leave and Barrett is like, so how do you feel about leaving this place? And he looks back, he's just like, I have had an immense amount of sex here.
Well, Hojo did find it very kinky.
Yeah, I love the fact that, like, the only difference between Hojo in the actual game and in the machinima is in the machinima he's more honest. Or, like, he's aggressively honest. You know, I've got these. Yeah, but that's the point. I've got these ancients, and I'm going to breed them. And then you've got the guy in the background, like, oh, okay, yeah, we've got the camera ready. Oh, this is so weird. You know, because, like, he literally wants to breed Eris, who's a technically human, with Red 13, who is clearly a cat.
Cat, lion, dog thingy.
Yeah, the cat, lion, dog. I mean, they actually make that joke when going through the renaming. Like, he's initially called Red Cat / Dog in the character name. What the hell is this? On picture, I probably should not jump into this because it might eat me.
Well, like, the funny thing is that Hojo basically literally throws Aerith, how the fuck do you want to pronounce it? In there and says, okay, you two, please bang.
Oh no, I'm being eaten. Blah. Oh wait, that's not the crouch button. Damn, there's no crouch button.
Also, I instead decided to pick up Reaper Man because that's a story I've heard about from the Discworld series that I found very interesting as an idea.
I'll be honest,
Literally gets fired. Death literally gets fired by the auditors for the crime of developing a personality. And a new Reaper is put in that nobody likes.
yeah, that's just one of those
But
things
but Death decides to become a farmer and actually manages to trick the other Death into end up getting himself killed.
Well, yeah, because like Death may not be like super duper knowing all the correct stuff when it comes to like how people act and everything, but he is also one of the smartest people. Like, as a character, he is one of the most intelligent and thoughtful characters across the entire series because he has that immense amount of knowledge.
Yeah, because he's had eternity and just has, for whatever reason, decided not to waste it like most would.
Yeah, I mean it's one of the reasons. I have in fact read the book. I did own it. I've owned the vast majority.
Well, for those of the cheap seats, he explains to the auditors that while he's developed a personality, why is that a crime? Trying to understand the little things that you're working with.
Yeah, because the auditors are just complete douche canoes.
Yep.
I mean, like,
the Hogfather plotline happens.
Well, yeah, exactly. I was literally about to say that, but I mean, Death gets his own back on them with that. You know, when he literally kills them.
Yep.
I mean, literally kills them is maybe somewhat of a stretch, but he definitely destroys their corporeal forms. Because they make the mistake of turning into like big wolves to chase down the hog personification of the Hogfather with the intent of killing him. Hogfather is basically Santa, but in Discworld.
Then it's like, well, you guys gotta remember, Death is the ultimate predator.
Oh my god, that was so terrible. You should actually...
It was.
You should get murdered for that impression. I mean, the thing that I don't like the idea of there ever being another adaptation that features Death is the fact of, what was his name? Christopher Lee having unfortunately kicked the bucket. Although the greatest thing about Christopher Lee, the best thing I ever heard about Christopher Lee was when he was doing Lord of the Rings. He played Saruman in Lord of the Rings, and he was talking to Peter Jackson about, and don't preempt me on this. He was talking to Peter Jackson about the death scene for his character, where this other guy called like Wormtongue or something comes up and stabs him in the back, and Peter Jackson is like, so I want you to do like a as you get stabbed in the back, and apparently he just turns to him and he's just like, no,
that's not how that works.
Why not? But do you know, right? Like, Christopher Lee looks him dead in the eye and is like, do you know the sound a man makes when you stab him in the back? And of course Peter Jackson's like, no. So Christopher Lee answers very simply, well, I do. Because unbeknownst to a lot of people, and somehow this is completely missed tons of people knowing this, Christopher Lee during the Second World War was literally, if memory serves, he was actually a fucking commando during the Second World War.
He served alongside each other.
Yeah. And like, he literally does know what it sounds like, or well, dead because he's now dead. But he literally has stabbed people in the back who kill them as like an army commando. Like, you don't tell a guy who has his knowledge what to sound like when you get stabbed in the back in this movie, because he's like, I have real world experience of this. I know what someone sounds like when you stab them in the back and they die.
Jackson, he never went back to him again about it.
Yeah.
Well, like, according to Peter Jackson, he went on a full half-hour to an hour-long rant about about the actual physics about it. And that's when you stab somebody in the back, they don't really have the time to scream because you've just immediately punctured their lungs.
Exactly, yeah. Like, you want to go, but the problem is all the air now goes shooting out the hole in the back of your lungs. You
if
can't go,
anything,
ah.
He said the worst that Christopher Lee had said the worst that he had ever heard was what you would describe as the death rattle.
Yeah. And it's also that thing that when you hear someone going through like the death rattle in a movie, it's completely wrong. It's like one of the biggest fallacies in Hollywood is you shoot someone or you strangle them or whatever, and the last thing they do is they do this like big dramatic inhale and then they sort of slump down and exhale. Yeah, and the fact is, when you relax your diaphragm, right, as you do when you die, your diaphragm goes down. It pulls your lungs down with it, thus making you inhale. There is no tension on that muscle to push the air back out of your lungs. That's why it's easier to hold. It's why it's easier to make a couple of deep exhales and then make a deep inhale and hold it, versus any amount of doing the same thing and then holding it immediately after you breathe out, because you actually are going to effort to keep your lungs empty, whereas you're not using effort to keep your lungs full.
Or rather, the effort is there, but you're consciously doing it. Whereas your body realizes, there's nothing there, you are fucking dying, brother!
Yeah, well that's the point. It's a lot easier for the body to sort of override your conscious decision to hold your lungs empty than it is to hold your lungs full, because holding your lungs full, holding your lungs full is the self-preservation thing that the body does when you're underwater, for instance.
Right.
You know, this game world is actually really nice, and it occurs to me just how limited it is in the demo. Because I think there was an indication of some of the island over there, but like a lot of it wasn't even rendered.
Is there a story to the emerald green star in the distance?
That star up there is actually your AI buddy. Oh no, I fell off! Yeah, if you go into deep water, that happens. Go speed. It just automatically resets you. You don't like die or lose durability or anything, because there is no durability in this game. Like it's meant to be one of those like cozy, you just play it.
That star is where your AI buddy.
Yes, it's actually it's a camera. It must be a massive camera to be like this visible from where it's in an order. Pretty much. I think the idea was that it's possible that like settlers would come down here and they would pilot these mechs, and Piper up there would give like the daily update and would be like a GPS tracking and stuff for where everyone is.
I'm just gonna call it the Emerald Star, just because it sounds pretty.
Well, I mean, the fact is you're wrong, because the AI's name is PIP3R. Sorry, -3R. That's what the AI's name is. You know what? There's actually a mode. Ambient dialogue. We'll turn it on. We'll head back up here to where my stuff is.
Morning. Hope you had a good night's sleep. Don't forget to water your crops today.
There's
Otherwise,
Piper.
it'll be a bit tough for them to grow.
I should unmute the tab so that I can hear this.
Oh, there's my house. Yeah, she's got like the AI text and voice. Well, howdy, partner. And you're just like, oh my god, that's great, and shut up.
Oh my god, game AI! Shut the fuck up, I don't like your voice!
Kinda.
Ow, I hit my tongue.
I hate when that happens. Right,
It's almost every
so...
other
Aluminium
time I
rods for
sneeze.
that.
There's very little time to prep.
See, this is why quite often when I sneeze, I sort of make the point of like holding my mouth open, simply so I don't do that. I need 10 rods for that. Right, so I need 17 total, and I also need 2 wood for that. I could go and get a couple bits of wood, like so, because I might be able to do something with that. But yeah, straight up, developers, steal the control scheme from Underdogs and make this a VR title. Just don't do the dick move and make it a paid expansion. That would be a dick move. Don't be dicks. I mean it. I would be very disappointed in you if you do.
We will drag you to court over it.
Yes, the court of public opinion, which will in fact find you guilty by default. So don't do that.
Don't want to drag him to the Old Bailey?
No, that got blown up. Oh wait, that's right. That was a movie. That was V for Vendetta.
That was Parliament, wasn't it?
No, the first thing that he blows up is the Old Bailey.
Oh. I need to watch V for Vendetta again. I haven't watched that in years.
Oh my god, you know what? See, at this point, just have you seen a film? Yes, go watch it again. Like, I think you should just watch every film you've ever seen. Watch it again.
And I only learned just recently that it was by this guy who created Watchmen. Alan Moore, that's his name.
Yes, and the film was, if memory serves, by the Wachowskis.
Apparently Alan Moore does not like watching his stuff getting adapted.
No, he really doesn't.
Then why do you let the rights go out?
Probably because a lot of the stuff he didn't actually have the rights for adaptation and such like. That actually was with the company that actually produced the stuff.
Yeah, because I remember he's responsible for a movie and graphic novel called Red.
Yep, which got adapted. It was actually a pretty good adaptation. It's retired extremely dangerous.
Yeah. The funny thing is that in the comic, because the guy calls and declares himself as Red, he actually declares himself as an active agent again.
Hmm.
Which means they can call on him whenever they fucking want, and because of everything he's just done, they've got blackmail.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's actually the basically the plot for Red 2.
Wait, there's a fucking sequel?
Yes.
Jesus.
I haven't seen it, but I have seen the first film. It was pretty good.
I watched it, I want to say, back when COVID started, because I was bored. I wasn't stuck at home, but I was bored. I was unfortunately an essential employee.
It was essential to run around and get those parts.
Yep.
We'll have that manufacture that stuff. Now, what was it that that needs stone?
And he was responsible for Viva Vendetta, which are the only other things I know Alan Moore for. Is he still alive now that I'm thinking about it?
Probably.
Yes, he is. He's 70, and he looks like a homeless guy. Oh, that's interesting.
What?
He's got a credit on The Killing Joke.
Not surprised.
He's in fact the author of The Killing Joke, apparently. Huh. Oh, yeah, I tried to forget about this one.
Why?
Not The Killing Joke, but another one.
Oh, right.
Something called Lost Girls. It's a lesbian, thing, featuring the, 3 fantasy characters of Wendy Darling, Alice Liddell of Alice in Wonderland, and Dorothy Gale from The Wizard of Oz.
Hmm.
It's one of those things that when I was a kid, or at least like 13 or 14, you know, hormonally confused and whatnot, I probably would have enjoyed it a little bit better. But stumbling upon it as an adult, it just seems weird for multiple reasons. I don't know. Maybe I'll pick it up again and give it another go. Let's see what else did we do. And apparently he's co-author of the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
For some reason, it doesn't really surprise me.
Nope.
Right, so we need some more rods and we need more stone.
You need rocket stone!
No, I need rods and stone.
Rod and stone!
I got an achievement.
Yay!
That's 1/3 of this area complete.
There are more areas to unlock?
Yeah. There's that area across there with the big, like all the areas that have got the red goop and stuff. That's why I've got all these missions listed down the side. Restore Pine Heights, Yellow Forest, Edgecliff, Lowland Plains, Stepstone's Peak, and restore Mountainside Coast. Those are just areas I've been to. But yeah, I think this is Pine Heights. Oh no, this is the Meadows. Yeah, so
Yeah,
Pine Heights, that was in the demo. Yeah, Yellow Forest. You could get to. I think you could trigger it existing, because there's a bit like just here where you can get the aluminium rods that you could sort of glitch into it. That's where I found all that weird robo stuff.
Oh, fair enough.
And I think you could trigger the area edge cliffs before, but generally speaking it was the meadows, which the only thing you can really do there to like quote unquote restore it is feed animals for the nests. Yeah, because if you feed the nests you'll get extra resources each day when everything restores. The restoration of the other areas like Pine Heights has like there's some of the big red plants, there's a different type of wood that you can get there. Oh no, my robot fell on its face. Get up, Robo. See, I'm in Pine Heights, and like you notice the 23% goes up as I get rid of
So what's that
some of that junk.
So what's that giant black area by Nights?
Oh, you're talking about this area?
The giant shadowy area, yeah.
No idea because I haven't been to it. And that's that other island across the other side. I need like... I need other sort of leg parts for the mech because there's several you can get which allow you to do... I know there's a set that are a set of tracks which give you like a lot of enhanced speed when it comes to mobility. I don't know if it adjusts your jumping ability in any way.
Fair enough. So, have you had any Easter eggs for Easter? Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
I was just looking at the front page of Steam.
Uh-huh.
You know what's in the new and trending at the moment?
A video game featuring a lot of struggle snuggles.
Debatably. It's a game called Furry Hitler 2.
What the fuck?
Kidding.
What the fuck?
It looks to be a visual novel. No, oh Jesus. RPG puzzle game visual novel. Sex stuff! Okay, we're moving
alright,
on from that.
Is it totally legitimate gameplay, and I say that with giant 80-foot tall quotation marks?
It looks like it has some RPG Maker segments, yes.
No, it's actually meaning, is it a sliding block puzzle?
Yes.
Yeah, because believe it or not, I swear to God, if you go onto the tag searches, right, and search for the tags, hentai and VR, there are several games that have this like bullshit thing where it's like hentai boobs the video game or something, right? And there'll be like another one that's like hentai butt shots the video game, something like that. There's a whole pile of them that have tags for shit that they are clearly not. You know? And this is why I bring up that you could easily find them by searching for the VR tag.
Yeah,
because they're like, oh, these are
totally
VR games. Like, no, they fucking aren't. Don't lie. Like, I mean, by all means, sell your weird sex games, but at the same time, do not lie about them. Just be honest. Yeah, see, here's one of the things about the, like, fixing up the areas, is you get these, like, coal deposits that you need the spike saw in order to do. These are not active until this area is restored. So, like, all the weird goopy shit that I'm cleaning up, once I've cleaned up enough that the area is counted as restored, those will become active the next day, and I'll be able to get coal. And then Operation Fuck Nature can start in earnest.
Operate. You fell over.
I know I fell over. I was there when I fell over, believe it or not.
Honestly, this game is kind of making me want to play Slime Rancher again for some strange reason.
I have the first one of those, but I've never played it.
Decent enough feel-good game, all things considered. I know Carson's played it.
Yeah, I think that was like the thing that she reviewed just prior to me actually joining this group.
Fair enough.
This old thing caught your eye, huh? It's an ancient megastructure. No way to tell what it was built for. Maybe it's just a huge art installation. Either way, it's
And
no
here we
matter
are now, over 3
For all
years later.
intents and purposes, it's just another mountain.
She's doing relatively
I wonder
good
what
whenever
this
she
would be.
streams. Ooh, a strange rock. It is a rock. That is strange.
Well, don't tell everyone. Hey, come on, man.
Don't tell everyone that the wall want one.
Exactly.
We can't tell them that this is the starbound
Hope that
plutonium.
didn't scratch the paint.
I'll make a sign on it isn't.
Ah, so it's Arceus fuel.
I'm gonna fuel your Arceus.
I find it funny that they decided to do a fuel mining facility in
What a
Starbound.
curious object.
That is about as annoying as the Paragus mining facility
I
in
can't
Knights of the Old
wait
Republic
to
2.
analyze this.
I have no idea what you're on about.
Have you never played Knights of the Old Republic 2?
But
So
yeah,
folks-
but I don't remember much of it.
The Paragus mining facility is where you start,
Okay.
and everybody mods it out.
Nice. Fine.
Because the only things you really get there are Atten and Kreia. I still find it funny that when a cutting room floor mod was made for Old Republic 2, there's a line for Atten in the final confrontation where I'm supposed to have something cool to say here, but apparently we never finished it.
Hmm.
But they recorded that.
Yes, but that would have been just a placeholder line.
Yeah.
So there'd be like
Funny.
a shit ton of things for that. Also, just because I'm gonna take my headphones off
Hey, hope you're well this fine morning. You've been doing real
and get
well
this, and then I'm
since
gonna
you
put my
arrived.
headphones back
Keep up the
on.
good work.
Are you doing a smoky smoke?
No. Oh. I'm actually doing a leggy stretch. Ah.
I mean, you could in fact do a smoky smoke while doing a leggy stretch.
I just need to stand up and knees hurt.
I also need to order myself a new charging case for my phone.
Oh, I thought you would have been safe for your legs.
No. I do not have robot legs, sadly.
Yeah. The industrial accident is still being planned.
Yay! Means I wouldn't be allowed to run around a parking lot anymore.
No, except they'll actually make your shift longer now because you'll have robo legs.
At which point I'd just quit.
But you're not allowed to quit. One of the specifications on keeping your robo legs is you have to keep doing that job.
Then I'd rather have a wheelchair. But like,
Fine, you get a wheelchair, but one of your wheels is always going to be squeaky.
I already push carts that have that problem. So
Oh
that
my
doesn't change
god,
the
you
damn thing.
cheap bastards. Cadbury's, you cheap ass mofos.
Ah, you got some Cadbury eggs.
No, I don't have some Cadbury eggs. Cadbury's. That's how it's said by people in the country that it was founded in.
Yes, fun fact for those who don't know. Cadbury's was actually inspiration for Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, or one of them anyway. Because apparently they used to do the same thing that Whitman samplers used to do, which is offer more varieties of chocolate.
You know, I find it adorable that you seem to be under the impression that multiple Americans might watch my streams.
You know what? Fair enough.
Nice. Fine.
Meanwhile, you've got the one American here that's somewhat a, what's the term? Anglophile for an American who really likes British things?
I mean, I wear white, I'm a weirdo.
I mean, that works too. So, what do you complain about your Cadburys?
Ow. the twirl egg only having one twirl with it.
Oh.
Eat bitches.
For a minute, I half expected you to say there isn't enough cream in the cream egg, or there isn't enough caramel in the caramel egg.
I mean, those are objective statements. And you know the only reason that we have to make those statements is because you Americans own them now.
What, the cream in the caramel eggs?
No, the
Cadbury's
Cadbury's.
a British company.
No, actually owned by an American company.
Parent organizations: Melendez International and Kraft Foods UK IP and Production Holdings Limited. Is that IP or LP? Oh, it's IP. Subsidiaries: Cadbury. Yeah, they're still a UK company.
When they're owned by a subsidiary of Kraft.
Yeah, specifically the UK branch of it.
That is controlled by the American branch. Because after all, Kraft's American.
It's the guys who make Oreo. Apparently do have a controlling stake in it.
Exactly, and they're a bunch of cheap-ass mofos that were like, no, take the cream out of the egg.
I mean, in fairness, as I've gotten older, I do find the cream a little bit disgusting.
You fucking wuss.
It's too sweet!
Well, then only eat one. And if one is too much, only eat half.
Yeah, fair enough. We also don't get the giant ones over here.
We don't get the fucking giant ones either. They cancelled like 90% of all that stuff. You know, they also turned around and said, we will 100% not shut down that one Cadbury's factory that basically keeps that one village in England running. And then 3 months later, shut it down.
The salted caramel milk chocolate bar over there?
I want to say no.
Well, apparently they do. It's a new product.
Never seen
So
it.
maybe we'll get it over here eventually.
Nah, you ain't gonna get shit.
No, all we get is their Black Forest cakes, their Rocky Road.
Right, what the fuck is Rocky Road? Before I go postal on you, what the hell is Rocky Road?
Rocky Road is marshmallow, chocolate, and walnuts, I believe.
Right, and the joke there for the guaranteed person in the cheap seats, Magica, is the fact that Rocky Road, I am aware of that being some form of edible thing in America, due to the fact that the postal guy forgets to bring his wife home Rocky Road, and that's what she gets so pissed at him for.
Wow, so the going postal reference there was in fact intentional.
Yes. Yeah, because literally at the end of like the 4th day or something, she's just like, and where's my Rocky Road? And then Rick Hunter's like, no.
They should make a sequel game where she goes on an absolute rampage looking for her Rocky Road.
No, because canonically she's dead after she tried to marry Mad Cow Mike J.
Well, fair enough. I really actually do need to get around to playing the Postal games.
No, what you need to play is Postal 2 and Postal 4. Maybe Brain Damage.
So what you're saying is I should play a game that doesn't exist, Postal 3.
No. I mean, I would not say that.
Apparently Cadbury's gets a lot more impressive stuff over in the UK.
You gotta watch
We just
shit.
get chocolate bars. Unless it's Easter, all we get is chocolate bars. Oh, and they're drinking chocolate.
Well, I'm eating a Cadbury's chocolate egg.
Oh, yeah, it's just the season. Like, I've heard of the twirl, I've heard of the Whisper, I've heard of the Freddo stuff.
Yeah, 35 pence for the Freddo's fucking highway robbery. I remember when those were 5 pence.
All the only biscuits we get over here are the McVitie's, Rich Tea, and Jammy Dodgers. And we only recently started carrying those in my store.
Oh yeah,
They're not bad.
you don't get the best one, which is Wagon Wheels, and that's because you've already got something called Wagon Wheels, so you probably have it under a different name.
We've been over this. We basically call them ding-dongs over here.
I'm gonna give you a wagon wheel and a ding dong.
Kinky. Or, actually no, Malamars I think would be the proper one because these are graham crackers.
Because these are what?
The little cookie in the wagon wheel is a graham cracker, by our standard.
It's not a fucking cracker. What the fuck?
A graham cracker is basically a very, very, very sweet, cracker. It's more of a cookie, I'll be brutally honest.
If it's not a cracker, why the fuck do you call it a cracker?
Because of the guy who made it.
Well, then maybe he should have made a cracker.
Yep. That's fun. The funny thing is that is literally what we, all say about it, because at no point would any of us ever describe a graham cracker as a cracker. I've always thought of them as cookies.
You know, I will be honest. Can't really hear your Americans mention about cookies all the time without being immediately reminded that, you know, that's a euphemism for certain parts on a woman.
That doesn't surprise me.
Dude, you wanna pick up that bit of aluminium, please? Thank
I know what we casually refer to as a cookie. You guys refer to as a biscuit.
Well, I mean, the literal legal definition is: does it go hard or soft when it's stale?
Largely, most of our cookies tend to go soft.
Then they're biscuits.
Fair enough.
Hey there, little fella.
Because we actually had a legal case over whether or not Java cakes were cakes.
Oh yeah, I remember that. My charging case is now largely having problems. Because
With
you can charge the phone through the charging case while it's plugged in.
why the fuck did you come out with that?
What, those words in that order?
Yes.
Because that was the easiest way to explain it. Because the charging case can be charged and the phone can be charged at the same time that the charging case is plugged in.
Right, but I mean the point I'm making, right? The problem is, why did you come out with those words in that order?
I don't know, it sounded right, and it probably sounded better in my head. But the point is like, for whatever reason, I plugged the charging case in, and it might charge for like all of 2 seconds and then it'll stop. But if I take the phone out of the charging case and plug it directly into the cable, it'll charge just fine.
No, just plug it into the fucking cable.
But then I can't charge the case.
What fucking case?
It's the charging case. It's
What
phone
the
case that also
fuck?
charges the phone.
What the fuck is a charging case?
It's a phone case for the phone to keep you from, dropping, smashing the screen almost immediately.
How's this for an idea? Put the phone in your pocket, right? Put the phone in your pocket, right? And then when you go out somewhere, you take the phone out, you look at it, you say, oh, that person texted me. You then text them back, and you put your phone back in your pocket. Or you look at your phone, you see where you are on your GPS map, and you put your phone back in your pocket. Or you put your phone out of your pocket, you look, you see what time it is, you then put your phone back in your pocket. You wouldn't need a case if you would stop walking around with your face in your fucking phone all the time and walking into lampposts.
I surprisingly do not, Mr. Magoo, or rather I do Mr. Magoo my way through situations, I guess would be the right phrase saying it. For those who are old enough to remember who Mr. Magoo was. Apparently I'm too young to know who Mr. Magoo was.
Do you have the internet?
Yes.
Then you're not too young.
And I grew up watching Mr. Magoo as a kid.
Right, well then you are 100% not too young.
Because, I liked watching things on TV Land and Boomerang.
Right, well I mean if it was on when you were a child, then you are not too young for it to be a thing that you know of. That 100% does not make sense.
Yeah, fair enough.
You know that Saturday morning cartoon that was on when I was a child? Yeah, I'm too young to remember it.
Except it wasn't on Saturday mornings, it was on usually Thursday nights.
Yeah, but everyone knows the common phrase of Saturday morning cartoons.
Yep, which is unfortunately fallen out of the being a thing. Go all day television. Cartoons from back in the day where you didn't have a fully coherent plot, you were more worried about syndication.
Maybe you all were.
But I do like one aspect of the Mr. Magoo movie, which I believe had Leslie Nielsen in it, I want to say, as Mr. Magoo.
I don't remember.
And that's how it does open with a disclaimer about how this movie portrays somebody with really bad eyesight. It is not meant to be making fun of people with bad eyesight. Please consult the doctor.
Nah, it's totally taking the piss. It's 100% piss take.
Hope you had a good night's sleep.
But the
That
funny
neck of
thing
yours
is
looking
that
good today.
it
Those
is rarely
modifications you did
acknowledged
yesterday
that
really
Mr.
paid
Magoo's
off.
problem is that he just literally cannot see.
Well, I mean, the fact is, he literally can see.
Better check the crops.
He can, but he definitely needs glasses.
Oh,
Which is a
no.
joke that's brought up a few times.
Stuff's coming.
Well, time to transform, and do something about it. Transformers, robots in disguise.
No, they are Transformers robots in disguise. They're not in disguise. They are in the disguise.
You know, funny thing is, I used to think that's what they were saying.
Great job.
What have we got that's actually doing all this week? Put those in there.
And for me, the reason I have the charging case is because I do use my phone a lot before work, while I'm on break, and honestly during my shift as well, even though I'm not technically supposed to, because I do have stuff playing on my little headset to pass the time. I literally time my entire shift by it.
Oh, you'd be like, oh my god, I recognize that song. That means I'm 3 minutes away from my break.
No, I have literally been listening to the same thing every day for the last 3 years.
I mean, given the fact that my playlist barely changes,
Yeah,
I find like a new song, so I add it to my playlist. You know?
to the end of it, of course.
Yeah.
So it doesn't fuck up the flow.
I mean, I don't actually have a flow to my playlist. I have repeat one on most of the time, and I will listen to the one song until I'm fed up with
Well,
it.
here's the thing.
And then
Back
I
when-
will put it on repeat all random.
Back when I had back when I was working a 7.5 hour shift consistently, I made a 2.5 hour playlist for when what I was normally listening to would finish. Because I would start my shift at 8, and what I was listening to would finish as soon as I started it at 1 o'clock. Because I would start whatever I would normally listen to time my shift by at 8:29 exactly.
Mm.
Yeah, I am one of those people.
I don't have enough of those.
And then when that would finish, I'd listen to the music for the last 2.5 hours of my shift. Which is a lot of music to be listening to. Every now and again, I would get scheduled only for an extra hour from after 1 o'clock. So I made a 1 hour long playlist to bring it over to 2. Which is a different playlist entirely. Then I started getting consistently scheduled to 2:30 instead, so I made another playlist. Which is an hour and a half long.
Mm.
I also have a 7.5 hour playlist called The Long Slog.
You know what my playlist is called?
Whatever your actual name is favorites.
Oh my god, you mean you don't know what my actual real name is in real life? Oh. No, actually, it's, well... Oh, Petey boy. It's actually just called Tunes.
Oh. How boring.
I mean, the whole thing is, I made the playlist about 20 years ago.
Fair enough. Ah, so it's on your Zune.
No.
I was trying to think of what the most popular thing at the time would have been.
No,
Minus
actually,
6.
the playlist is on YouTube.
Oh,
It's unlisted. Even if you do have the link, you can't view it. So ha ha ha. It's unlisted. It's private.
only access it with this password 12345.
Oh shit! I better change the password on my luggage.
If that is your legitimate luggage password, you have bigger problems.
Dude, I don't have a luggage password. You know why? I don't have luggage.
Well, of course you don't have luggage. Only Rincewind has luggage.
No, he has the luggage. Get it right.
How convenient would it be to have luggage or the luggage?
You know, the funny thing is, in a Let's Play that Red Supre did a commentary track for a game called... Oh, thanks, Brian. It's just fucked off immediately. Shadow of the Comet, right? It's basically adapting the basic story for Shadow of Innsmouth, which is a Lovecraft story for those that care. Generally considered to be one of his best. They adapted it into a game, and it was really fucking slow. It's actually like the forerunner to Alone in the Dark. Like Alone in the Dark straight up references Shadow of the Comet. Somewhere in Prisoner of Vice there's actually reference to a couple of the Alone in the Dark games, because they were all made by the same company, Infogrames. But whilst doing that, what were we talking about?
This is one of the This is one of Chaosium's earlier games.
Yeah, like way back in the day.
Well, they still make the Call of Cthulhu stuff.
Yeah, but I'm
Which means
talking about
these
way
guys
back in the day.
Well, these guys stuck around. Oh wow, Infogrames is in fact still around. They were just reacquired recently.
Yeah.
By their original owner, apparently.
Ubisoft?
No. Atari.
Then it's not their original owner. Because contrary to popular knowledge, the current Atari is not the original Atari. No, it's actually a Casino Holdings company which bought Atari and then decided that because the name was more prevalent than their own, they changed their company name to Atari.
Oh, these guys apparently published the original Civilization games. Infogrames.
Yeah.
So they're technically still around, they're technically still making shit.
I'm trying to remember what I was going to do, and also what I was going to say when I brought up Shadow of the Comet.
Something about Cthulhu, I assume.
Oh, I remember. No, it was a Discworld thing. Yeah, they start taking the piss out of the game throughout the whole thing. Like that's Red Supre's whole stick. But no, there's a luggage chest that you have that you keep your items in, and the way you cycle through your items is literally you walk up to it, you get this dotted line for your character's eyes down to the chest, and it will say the name of an item, and then you like scroll through your items, and they had this joke that it's a mimic, right, that's his friend, that every time he walks by, the mimic is just like, hey, do you need this item? And it just randomly holds something out for the inventory. And funnily enough, they basically 100% described how the luggage functions in Discworld.
Oh hey, fun fact, Shadow of the Comet is available on Steam.
Oh hey, fun fact, it's also crap. I mean, I'm talking about the fact that it's crap.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like, even for the time,
Yeah,
it was
so it's
super
a-
slow.
Especially when you consider the point-and-click adventure games that were out at the time. Which in '94 there wouldn't have been too many by Sierra yet, would there?
Sierra had been gone since, like, at least the early 80s. If not earlier than that.
Found in 1979, so yeah, probably. Now let's look at their gameography.
When did Manhunter come out?
List of Sierra Entertainment video games. First game was High Res Adventure #1 Mystery House for the Apple II.
Okay,
High Res Adventure 2.
you'll notice I asked you when Manhunter came out.
Manhunter New York, '88.
Damn, I thought it was earlier than that. What about Manhunter San Francisco?
'89.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they had a quite a high turnover.
Yeah, I could see that.
Or not so much a high turnover, but a very high throughput. Projects coming out one after the other.
Yeah, because even this list is technically out of sequence.
Yeah. Although, find me the release date for Leisure Suit Larry 4.
Establish that game doesn't exist.
Damn, who told you?
You!
Oh shit, that's right.
Unreleased games. Leisure Suit Larry 4, number skipped as a gag.
Yeah, someone asked asked the guy what he would have called it, and I'm pretty sure that was his answer.
Leisure Suit Larry 8. Leisure Suit Larry 8, tentatively subtitled Lust in Space, as well as Explores Uranus in some references, was in full development in 1998 until funding was cut. Shortly afterwards, Sierra's Adventure Games department was disbanded, and Al Lowe left Sierra on February 22nd, 1999. Like the canned Space Quest sequel, Larry 8 was to feature 3D computer graphics, but no more than a few test renders now survive. The game, Leisure Suit Larry, Explores Uranus, as well as its teaser, was referencing Leisure Suit Larry, Love for Sale. That's Sail, S-A-I-L.
It takes place on a cruise liner.
Oh, well, that would explain that then. As well as a teaser after completing the game in 2013. Al Lowe pointed out that this title is still being considered with the support of series co-writer Josh Mandel. Lowe stated that even though he would like to complete the Reloaded series first, Leisure Suit Larry 8 is absolutely still in the works.
You know, even saying that, the thing
It's
is,
supposed to be a Leisure Suit Larry game for the N-Gage.
yeah. I mean, the whole thing is, I don't think they'll ever actually continue with the Leisure Suit Larry series because the Woke Brigade will flip their fucking shit.
Let them!
Yeah, but the fact is, they will flip their shit. They will get stuff fucking cancelled and that, and enough people will complain that people will be, oh my god, it has to have an adults only rating. That means basically no one's going to sell the game on most platforms, right? And even though there's a shit ton of the various porno adult games on Steam, like, they're almost universally low quality, low effort, and stuff that's like barely supported. Like, I mean, put it this way, I'm going to make a statement that I don't think anyone's ever actually said before. They will not be as high quality as Leisure Suit Larry. And Leisure Suit Larry is quite shit. I mean, the whole thing is, I kind of disliked I disliked the series prior to Leisure Suit Larry 7, Shape Up or Slip Out. And the only reason is because years ago I got given a CD from a friend that had like 1001 DOS games on it. And Leisure Suit Larry 7 was one of them. It was one of the few that I actually got to work. Although I never progressed that far in it. Mainly because it was a Sierra adventure game, which means it was fucking solid. Because it's moon logic. No, you cannot use the bamboo stick to knock the moustache off the Washington Monument. You need that 2 rooms from now to appease the angry panda. You better find something else long and pokey to use.
Sierra games are always so obscure. Have you played Robin Hood Legend of the Longbow?
Fuck no.
Or Conquest of the Longbow?
Fuck no.
Answer does not change. Why not?
Fuck no.
Fuck no, Drop Spike. Did you buy Maniac?
Fuck no.
I don't believe you.
Why not?
Because you said you were going to buy it.
Oh, I thought it was because you were going to say, because I went onto the page and it says one friend already owns this and it's you.
Wait a minute, what the fuck? I'm actually on the Atari franchise page, and apparently they released a new Bubsy the Bobcat game back in 2019.
Well, yeah. I mean, everyone loves Bob's and Bobcat. Shut up,
like
it's true.
I mean, they like the 2D version, and is what could possibly go wrong? But everybody hated the original Bubsy 3D.
People disliked it due to it controlling like ass.
True. It had tank controls, as you would call it, probably.
Actually, I want to say it didn't. It just controlled like absolute wank.
So you're going to get the Alone in the Dark remake when it comes out?
Fuck no. And it's already out.
Is it?
Yes. But my answer is still fuck no.
Morning. Hope you had a good night's sleep. You've been doing real well since you arrived. Keep up the good work.
Don't be so fucking... that AI. Just... That was a piss take. Don't be so condescending, AI. It's a dick move and you know it.
Yeah, it came out last week.
Yeah, exactly. I've already heard that it works with the, either the Unreal,
Or not. Last
mod.
week before.
Yeah, it's either the Unreal VR mod or the, thingamajiggy hoogie, what'd you call it, mod. Vorpix that people got it working with.
Well, I guess the good news is it's getting mostly positive reviews, but people are complaining it's too short.
Well, I mean, the thing they should be complaining about is that as a quote-unquote remake of Alone in the Dark, who the fuck are these people in a mental institute, and why the fuck are
they
both...
not Carnby?
Well, also, like, who the fuck is this dude that's calling himself Carnby? Because he's, like... He's a 1940s private eye. Guess what Edward Carnby was not in the original Alone in the Dark? A 1940s PI. He was a douchebag that pretended that, well, he made people call him the Reptile.
No, in fact, he was a 1914 PI.
Yeah, but he's also a douchebag that made people call him the Reptile. because he's such an edgy twat.
And then we don't talk about Alone in the Dark 2008.
Which one's that? Ignition?
No.
Oh no, wait, yeah, that's the 2008 one that was on the PlayStation. That was actually better than the fucking remake.
You have your stone, and fuck you anyway.
Oh fuck, I don't know what the fuck you're on about.
Whoa, that seems like another
Apparently,
tree.
it's there's another Alone in the Dark game called Illumination.
Yes. There's also one called Ignition.
Never seen anything like it. I
Yeah,
sent
well,
countless
apparently
reports to
Karmi
Earth,
doesn't feature
telling
in
them
that
this
one.
was it, a new home for humanity. There just might be hope for this planet yet. I can't wait to analyze this. I can't wait to analyze this.
Well, back to watching your gameplay and enough of looking at stuff under the. As I see you just go into a.
You saw nothing?
I know nothing. Nothing. Somebody should watch Hogan's Heroes again.
Ah, shit.
There's like a 5-second delay. I just hear, shit. Oh, son of a bitch, there is one friend already owns this game. Similar to games you have played. 20 minutes till dawn.
Uh-huh.
Reviews are very positive.
Or?
Maniac.
Well, I mean, considering it's a run around and shoot stuff and, you know, just unwind kind of thing. And it starts off playing as Drunk Santa, who doesn't get killed by the police, he gets arrested.
Which is good for PR, because if you kill Santa, a bunch of kids will be sad.
Well, fuck him.
One of the positive reviews is, can't sex the hot dog man, 0 out of 10.
Of course. Yeah, there's always a review that's can't sex the something from the video game. 0 out of 10 refund demanded.
Instructions unclear, dick stuck in Cheerio.
Oh, I mean, if you get your dick stuck in a Cheerio, that's a problem, isn't it?
Says you.
Well, yeah.
I'd like to know how you did it.
Well, by having a pencil dick, duh.
I think it's a problem, but I'd also be impressed. And plenty of people are saying it's got GTA 1 and 2 vibes.
Wow, really? You mean the game that has a top-down style? Literally, when you choose your driving controls, it asks you, do you want the easy controls, which are screen relative, or do you want the classic proper controls, which are GTA style? So I wonder where the GTA comparison comes from. You are actually peaking when you do that. I just hear at the start. I don't hear
Intensifies literally
Yeah.
in this case.
Yeah, specifically with the JoJo meme. Guy with his eyebrow bouncing around like crazy as his eye gets bigger and bigger.
At some point, another game I should also play again is The Witcher 3.
What do you mean play it again?
I've played through it once.
Uh,
Not on Steam. I didn't have the DLC when I initially played it.
Oh, you mean you didn't immediately just pick up the Game of the Year edition that includes all the DLC?
It wasn't available for Xbox. I bought it for PC so I could get the DLC.
Ah, that's kind of bullshit. They never did a Game of the Year edition on consoles.
Oh, it is available. It just never goes on fucking sale.
Oh, is it still like 40 quid or some shit?
Yeah, the base game goes on sale quite often, and I think it is still available on Game Pass. But
Yeah, I mean, like, literally, that's one of those reasons I hate console gaming, is because we get a bunch of sales on PC, but very rarely do you see those kind of sales hitting consoles.
No, it's usually because they'll do a sale on the base game first, and then like a week later, they'll do the DLC, but you gotta notice it.
Yeah, but then there's also, they'll do these sales at, like, semi-random times. Like,
Exactly.
you can look and see, if you want to know when you want to buy, let's just say, insert thing here. Let's just say you want to buy The Witcher 2029, right? And you want to buy that in 2035. I guarantee right now you can find out what dates will be the Steam sale, the Steam summer sale in 2039. Why? Because they're the same fucking dates every fucking year. And that's what it is. Like, do you know what date that the winter sale starts this year? Yeah, the same as last year. Oh, cool.
No, it doesn't always start the same date, but it does start within the same time period.
Yeah, which is effectively the same thing. The fact is, you have very little, like, oh, I wonder if there's going to be that sale. You know, it's like they haven't had the summer sale yet. Why? Because they're still doing stuff to do with the spring sale.
Yeah, like I said, like
That's in the process of winding down, because they're going to do a sale in a couple of months, or in fact less than a couple of months. That's the summer sale, and then at the back of that they're going to do the autumn sale, and then there's going to be the winter sale. And that's not considering stuff like there's also going to be a sale to do with Independence Day in July. There's also going to be likely a fucking Pride sale in June. There's going to be some other kind of sale happening probably within the middle 2 weeks of April. You know, they're probably also going to do a flash sale for random jokey meme games tomorrow.
Probably. I mean, last year Sega did a visual novel called The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog or something like that.
Now, you know, the one that you should definitely check out is that visual novel where you try and romance Lovecraftian entities like Cthulhu and such.
Nah, you gotta play Hatoful Boyfriend.
No, I think you should play Doki Doki Literature Club.
I mean, I could. I'm pretty sure I have it on Epic.
You have it on anything because the base game is free. Man, I need more of those fucking sales there. Why? Was it free?
Yes.
Alright, fair enough.
Why else would I have picked it up? I already know the plot. And I need to reset my Epic password again.
Oops. Yeah, sorry, that was me hacking into all your stuff and stealing your games. I went in there and I typed in mittens and turned out I was 100% legit.
Now I need to wait for the email to come to my phone so I can reset my password.
Get the email off the internet.
Thank you, partner. Restoring that region yesterday felt great. Maybe there was some more good to be done around here. Keep a lookout, will ya?
Well, what's the point in having a phone?
So that you can bow to your masters.
Speaking
What
of
is that?
Load in the Dark, one of my favorite YouTubers just decided to start playing it, apparently. Let's reset my password for like the 3rd time this month and probably write it down this time.
Nah, you don't need to. You'll remember it. Don't worry.
So far I haven't remembered it the 3 other times I've done it.
Well, I mean, there's a problem that you keep resetting it to the same password, you idiot.
You cannot reuse one of your last 5 passwords. Fuck.
See, you were legitimately trying to put in your previous password.
Probably.
Yeah, it's like my password is this seemingly... Oh, wow, you're finally going to turn off.
But my friends call me Lola, and I'm your friendly neighborhood merchant.
No one calls you Lola if your name is Dolores, so shut up.
Catch me there if you need anything.
No, if your name is Dolores, I might call you Lori.
I thought I was going to have to do an upgrade before I could actually build that thing. You know what, I probably should have checked what the cost is for it.
So this person named Lola wants to be called, Doris wants to be called Lola. Is she
Maybe.
a showgirl?
Maybe.
At the Copacabana.
I mean, if you want like the legit song, it's they call me Cuban Beat.
I'm the king of my beat. And my maracas, they go
Tick ticky boom, tick ticky boom, tick ticky boom.
I need to watch The Mask again, and I watch that movie way more often than most movies.
It's a quality film. And then also remember, you also have to watch the two Sonic the Hedgehog movies. You need to watch Ace Ventura, and then also you need to watch Liar Liar.
Bruce Almighty.
I don't actually care much for that film. I mean, it's kind of funny when he's in the news thing, and he's doing like the tempo touch thing and going blah, 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 and making that guy for The Office like go crazy. In related news, it's like doing the cough and sort his tie. Right, aluminium rods, red crystals. Red crystals, I can get those up here.
Morgan Freeman as God.
It's when he's standing there like, if you're God, how many fingers have I got behind my back? He's like 6. And brings his hand around, wrong! And then realizes, yes, he actually has 6 fingers on his hand now.
The game that came after that, or not game, the movie that came after that, Heaven Almighty.
Not as good. Which is kind of saying something, considering I didn't particularly care for Bruce Almighty.
Yeah, because they took the one side character from that and decided to make him a main character and do the Noah's Ark.
Yeah. I do need to upgrade this.
Still though, Morgan Freeman is God.
I don't think it really counts if you're just playing yourself.
It also makes you want to watch the Shawshank Redemption again. I think it's been...
Yeah, that film where it's like, you may wonder why this man is crawling through a metallic asshole. Well, that's Timmy. He is in fact an idiot. You know, the funny thing is, right, that in order to get out of jail, right, out of prison for not being the person that committed the crime that he's there for, he actually does end up committing enough crime that would net him like triple the sentence he's in for.
Andy Dufresne?
Yeah.
Morgan Freeman's character.
Andy Dufresne. If he was caught after escaping Shawshank, he 100% gets multiple times
Life
the.
sentences.
Well, not necessarily life sentences, but I mean, he's only in for something like 12 years if memory serves. He would end up doing more time for the escape.
Yeah, but he also whistle blew on the
bank.
warden. The warden for cooking the books, and all of his other illicit activities that he decides to unalive himself for at the end of the movie.
Yeah, well.
Spoilers.
Spoilers for a 20-year-old movie. In fact, more than 20-year-old. It's like damn near 40-year-old if memory serves.
Uh, 1994, so 30.
That's damn near.
Oh, it'll be 30 in October.
And I'll be 38 in a couple of months.
Yay!
Don't you yay me.
I'll be 27 in August.
Well, I mean, that's just because you're a little baby person. Oh my god, right. What do I actually need for this fucking upgrade? Right, how much do I need for the saw? Oh, 5 aluminium parts. Okay. Damn! I can only make 4. Ah!
Well, time to go search for more aluminum.
Oh, you mean aluminium?
Whatever.
Right, so what did I actually need for those? Right, oh, it's the oil. Right, that's actually pretty decent because
Is there anything
I can
worth
make the oil
buying that's
here.
on sale?
probably not.
Oh yeah, available on Hulu. There's apparently a docudrama about the guy in Russia who makes Fabergé eggs. Or made a bunch of Fabergé eggs.
Well, that's nice because people in the UK can't access Hulu, even though our TV shows are what makes up like 90% of their content.
Not anymore, actually.
Yes, it's
Most of it's
100% accurate. My statement.
There's also a thing, a 2024 movie out called Quintessentially Irish. You wanna know who the top billing is?
Who?
Pierce Brosnan.
Yeah, that's a problem. Why? I mean,
No,
he
it's
is
not.
he is Irish.
I did not know he was Irish. I thought he was just regular British.
Oh, you hear that, Ireland? This motherfucker thinks yous are like weirdly British or something.
No, I've only ever known Pierce Brosnan to do Bond. But he doesn't sound Irish when he does James Bond.
It's almost like sometimes actors use like accents that aren't theirs.
Yeah, I know, that's crazy. What the fuck is this?
It's aluminium.
H.P. Lovecraft's The Old Ones. This movie is probably terrible. Considering it's not even an hour and a half long. Well, hopefully it'll pop up for free on, like...
Well, I mean, you know,
something.
given the fact that like Lovecraft Country has virtually fuck all to do with Lovecraft, like I really wanted to watch that when I originally saw some of the stuff. Pick up the fucking material. Thank you.
No, it's literally the closest they get is Tentacle Monster. Which
Well,
was
no,
proven.
it's just the fact that like it seemed like such an interesting idea. You know, we'll have like a sort of modern version of something like, say, Color Out of Space or fucking Shadow of Innsmouth, and then what did they do? Let's make it all about racism. When it's like you could literally take, like, yes, he was a massive racist. But the thing is, you can excise the racism from basically every single one of his stories, and it doesn't change the base story. Because, you know, there's this amazingly racist passage in Herbert West Reanimator that, like, even by the standards of the time, people were like, holy fuck, Howard, what the hell is wrong with you?
Stretching the legs, huh?
They were like that for a long ass time.
Yeah.
But his stuff was popular. Apparently there's a Frostpunk 2 coming, by the way.
Yes, I know, it's on my wish list.
I feel like it's too soon for that.
No. Frostpunk came out several years back.
Well, I know that.
And I'm talking like about a decade ago or something. It was quite a while.
Frostpunk 2018.
Okay, now take into consideration that's over half a decade ago. Therefore, my statement is somewhat accurate.
Yeah, fair enough. It still feels too soon for it, though.
Well, you can
It's like,
fuck off. Because, like, that amount of time. I mean, keep in mind also, like, that whole stuff with RTX and everything has come around.
Yeah.
That's literally been, like, people remember when the PlayStation came out and the, like, massive difference in something like, well, look at, like, the Final Fantasy series, right? Final Fantasy VI, and specifically the actual Final Fantasy VI that came out before 7. The comparison between that game and then Final Fantasy VII, like, 7's visual style, totally different, massively increased, and the fact that it had 3D elements to it. But then even you take something like, you know, Worms to Worms 3D, it's this huge difference. Hell, Grand Theft Auto 1, 2, London 1969, whatever, compared to Grand Theft Auto 3. Fucking huge change, right? And then just like looking at the Grand Theft Auto series, right? In terms of visuals, it goes from a top-down sprite-based game with a pseudo 3D world in Grand Theft Auto 1, 2 in London. Then you get the fully 3D explorable world in 3. The next major visual jump was moving from the PS2 era to the PS3/Xbox era when you get Grand Theft Auto 4. You get this huge jump in visual fidelity. The jump in visual fidelity from Grand Theft Auto 4 to Grand Theft Auto 5, and I'm talking about, like, say, the PS3 version of GTA 4 to the PS3 version of 5, not that much. It's actually very, very small. But even when you then look at the PC version of GTA 5, it's not that huge a jump. Basically just having higher resolution and better frame rate. That's basically it. And from what I've seen, from like the bits of the trailers for 6 I've seen, again, not actually that much of a jump in visual fidelity. The only thing that actually is going to make GTA 6 look that much different from GTA 5, I genuinely think, will be that it's going to ship with RTX support. But, I mean, generally speaking, most people won't run it using ray tracing because it, like, halves your frame rate. Like, I'm getting 60 FPS steady on this, 60, 61. Oh, great. I say that and it jumps to 59. Thanks, team. But the point being, if I had ray tracing on this, I would be lucky to hit 40 FPS with my NVIDIA 2060.
Hey, fair enough.
I mean, I got accused.
Hugh Jackman in Oklahoma is available
What?
on Prime. Oklahoma, starring Hugh Jackman.
I don't care. I have no idea what the fuck that is. Does it involve Hugh Jackman screaming and stabbing people with blades attached to his hands?
No.
No, right. So it's not Deadpool 3, so I don't really care. I mean, even at that, I don't know if I'll even watch Deadpool 3. But, I mean, the whole thing is, like, we're past that point where a new console generation, or even just, like, new technology, when it comes to the graphics, yeah, it's going to be a huge leap anymore. We're way beyond that. You know, I mean, there was a reason why it used to be a done thing that if you said you had a good computer, the first things people would say to you is, can it run Crysis? Because Crysis was a game that you could have the most top of the range PC. On the day that Crysis came out, your PC would cry and probably overheat, burst into flames, and melt if you tried running Crysis on the highest setting. I had a friend whose buddy worked for BT, something about like he put up telephone poles, and for some reason this like nets you insane amount of money. He had a £12,000 PC which could barely get Crysis to maintain 60 on medium. His computer was worth half the price of his family's home.
Price on a trike.
Yeah.
War of the Worlds remake or War of the Worlds original?
What are you talking about?
Movies.
I've never actually seen the original, but when it comes to that one scene of the tripod stomping around the water, doing their you know, they're doing the Inception blah sound effects and lasering people, remake.
Fair enough. I'd recommend the original if you ever get a chance.
It's not necessarily the chance, it's the inclination.
Yeah, fair enough.
Now, you should be able
Time for some action.
to order stuff now. I should be able to get those rides.
Nothing like a good night's rest.
Movie I
You've
haven't
been
seen in
doing
a while.
real well since you arrived.
License to
Keep
Drive.
up the good work.
No, you know what you should watch? You should watch the 1970s film that's absolutely amazing called Grand Theft Auto. It's got absolutely nothing to do with the video games.
The video game. Well, they weren't out yet, so that makes sense.
No. Because guess what? The Death Race games weren't out. Neither was Death Rally. But you know what? We had this little movie called Death Race 2000. You might have heard of it.
Never seen.
I said you might have heard of it. I didn't say you might have seen it.
Not touche.
There's no touche involved. There's like the literal statement of objective fact.
Fair enough.
For a second, I thought they were scorpions. They're not. They're these little stalk-tailed bastards.
Pity they aren't scorpions. Scorpions are delicious.
Big scorpion or little scorpion?
Big scorpion.
Ah, so you want to eat a big scorpion, do you?
Man, when you say it like that, it sounds dirty.
I mean, it's just one of those things, isn't it? Like, certain men can make anything sound dirty. Oh, I'd eat that scorpion.
Most adults can make anything sound dirty. Most kids can too.
Yeah, but most kids are assholes.
I mean, true.
You know, I was a kid. I was a kid once. I was an asshole. I got over my disability, not in being an asshole, but in being a kid.
Carousel is on sale.
What was on sale?
A musical called Carousel.
Sounds shit.
I only remember one song from it.
Is it the one that goes carousel, they spin around, it's a carousel, it's got horses on it.
It's when you walk through a storm, hold your head up high.
Oh, you mean that song that you probably should never ever ever sing if you're walking through Glasgow because you'll probably get fucking glassed.
When you walk through a storm, hold your head up high. And I
Smash! Someone's just smashed a bottle and jabbed it into your face.
Why do you guys hate that song?
Well, no, I'm talking specifically in Glasgow because you've got the divide between Rangers and Celtic fans.
Oh. You'll never...
Shut up! Shut your whore mouth, you idiot. You will get murdered in Glasgow.
Well, I never said I'd go and sing it in Glasgow, now did I?
Hey, this wifey turned up.
Buying or selling? Make your pick.
Hey, Jason and the Argonauts is on sale. I haven't watched that movie since I was in high school.
I bet I can find a buyer for this stuff.
Yes, I have a
Well, I
weird taste in
can't not
movies.
buy it,
Sue
can
me.
I? Well, I
I just
can't
figured you'd
not buy
get a
it,
nice
can
air
I?
mattress out of it.
What?
One trash is...
Never mind.
You know the life. I bet I can find a buyer for this stuff. I bet I can find a buyer for this stuff. Well, I can't not buy it, can I?
She sounds like a bit of a bitch.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I only just unmuted the tab again. Believe it or not, I don't actually enjoy the sound of my own voice.
Do you not?
No.
Oh, you're weird.
I know for a fact it is very nasally and annoying sounding. I am basically stereotypical nerd.
Nice choice.
A lot of people look at me with a face that says, your voice sounds punchable.
You know your face? Yeah. I'd like to punch it in the face.
That
back
reminds you
whenever
of
you
the Asdeath
Hey
movie.
there,
I baked you a
what will
pie.
it
What
be?
kind of pie? Pie flavored.
Yeah, or the other bit of the Asda movie where they're like, there's something on your face. What is it? It was pain. Oh man, you know one of the really fucked up bits for one of those. I can't remember if it was Asda. I have a feeling it was, but it might have been Cyanide and Happiness. It's when some dude's going to jump off a building and everyone's like, "No, you've got so much to live for." And the guy comes up and he's like, "Wait!" He puts a tripod out and he's falling on it. And like, "Okay, jump."
Yeah, it's like Asdeath movie 3 or something.
Yeah, and of course there's the classic one. Where the guy's standing there and dude walks in and is like, "Welcome to standing up school." The guy falls flat on his face and you failed.
And you failed.
Yeah,
Welcome
it's-
to standing up stool. Thud.
And then
And you failed.
of course it's the most well known one that everyone's probably seen some reference to at some point. It's just a little kid sitting there, like they're going through what everyone likes. He's just like, "I like trains." And then a train barrels through the school and kills everyone.
Yeah.
Although, if you want, in my opinion, one of the most amazingly offensive yet hilarious jokes he came out with in Cyanide and Happiness, it has to be from the cartoon Beer Run, where there's this guy who's drunk out his fucking mind and he's going to go for more beer for the party, right? But he's like, "Hey man, I gotta go and get more party for the beer." And the guy's like, "Ah, okay, yeah." So he gets in the car and it's all like really slow, like as he's putting the thing in, and he like reverses out really slow and then suddenly takes off as he taps the accelerator and it goes to max, so he's at like fucking ludicrous speed, leaning back in the seat screaming like as he's barreling along. and it cuts to him like buying the beer normally, and then it's screaming as he's driving back, and there's like blood splatters up the car as he's running people over. He crashes into the wall, comes flying out. The beer container thing, no, sorry, something else with the car comes flying out and kills his buddy. And then he gets up, he's like, oh shit! As he's looking around, he's like, I forgot the beer! And then it comes back to him driving at speed back to the car, back to the fucking 7-Eleven to buy beer. Like the greatest thing about the Asda stuff and the Cyanide and Happiness sketches is just the way that people, like, when you watch it, you expect it to go one way and then it just decides to go a completely different way. Right, new legs.
Oh wow, the first Asda movie was 15 years ago.
Yep.
That makes.
Alright, hold on. Let's check
old.
You just have to do
what other
yourself.
upgrades do I have.
That
Kinda getting into
makes
that
me
stuff.
feel old.
Well, the Asda movie's 15 years old.
Yes.
For a laugh, look up Metal Gear Awesome on YouTube and see if the description mentions when it was first uploaded to Newgrounds.
From Ego Raptor.
Yeah.
Man, that's a name I haven't thought about in a while.
I just need 18 plant oils and I can get that. 18 of those.
It
Such a good
doesn't
point.
mention, but this looks like early 2000s Flash animation.
Yeah.
Ego Raptor doing nowadays.
Probably still Game Grunts, which honestly I don't personally care for.
His last animation was released a year ago called Happy Land Incorporated, animated pilot.
Oh, that's right, I need to make them into oil first.
Also, apparently the new Godzilla and Kong movie is doing very well. Apparently people like seeing their two favorite giant creatures working together.
I mean, it may just come down to that they actually had the sense to just have these characters fight.
No, the last one was Godzilla vs. Kong. This one is
Yeah, and they
Godzilla
barely
and Kong
fought.
working together.
They barely fought.
Yeah,
Let-
they're not
let-
fighting in this
let's-
one apparently.
I mean, the whole thing is they barely actually had a fight in the Godzilla vs. Kong. Most of it was them working together. Now, you know the scary thing is the fact that it's the fact that they have that fucking baby Kong.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like Godzilla would trounce King Kong.
I mean, the fact is, objectively, he would.
Like,
Turn around, bitch slap him with his tail, and launch him across Tokyo Bay. Or, you know, he'd like atomic breath, and Godzilla would be a skeleton.
Yeah, that's my take on it.
Yeah.
Like, he just opens his mouth and it does the I'm not gonna do the scream. Because I definitely can't, and I definitely do not have the vocal.
Yeah, that's why you just simply state he does atomic breath, and that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole thing is, right, have you seen Shin Godzilla?
Not in a long time, but yeah.
What do you mean not in a long time? It only came out in 2018.
That would still be a long time for me.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, you would have been like still in preschool.
No, I would have been 2 years out of high school. I
Preschool.
don't have a lot of time to work. I am not a child.
Yes, you are. You are a little baby.
Look at you. Do I look like I'm 12 when I'm on screen?
Yes.
That's my fault. I set the bar too low.
Exactly. I mean, at least you're self-aware enough to understand that. Yeah, the whole thing is, for anyone that cares, I was 11 when Magica was born, so yeah, that's why we make the joke of him being this tiny little baby.
Yeah, I'm generally the youngest in any of my friends' groups.
Yeah. So cute and adorable. You just want to squish his little face.
Yeah, do that, you get your wrist slapped.
Oh, you gonna slap my wrist? Oh, I'm scared. Guess what's slapping my wrist gets you? It gets you the equivalent of a titty twister, except with your cheek.
That's like, I'm gonna punch you. Okay, you get one shot, you better make it count. Because I won't miss.
Yeah, pretty much. It's one of those. Yeah, so when you hit me, you better make sure I am incapable of hitting you back, because that's my intention. But yeah, the whole thing is, right, like, the reason I bring up the Shin Godzilla thing is because, like, if you put Shin Godzilla up against King Kong, he's dead, straight up.
Yeah.
Like, because they proved beyond a doubt that, like, I mean, they dropped a tactical nuke which literally, like, embedded itself within Shin Godzilla. It exploded, and all it did was make him slightly more annoyed. I mean, the thing that actually I'm quite sad about with Shin Godzilla is that it's apparently never getting an actual sequel. And the way that film ended, oh, it left so many questions. As to what the fuck was coming out of his tail at the end.
Godzilla was 2016, not 2018.
Was it 2016? Well, I don't fucking know. I think it might have made like 2 years to come over here or something.
It's also apparently on Crunchyroll, which means I could watch it.
You totally should, because it's
Again.
a quality movie. But yeah, I mean, just like, there's this scene where, like, they try and say, oh my god, I've only got 16. Fake. Where they try and sneak a drone up to it, up to Godzilla, and he, like, fucking laser beams it. Or, like, the infamous nuclear breath scene, atomic breath scene, which actually transitions into atomic-powered laser that, like, cuts through half the fucking city. Yeah, it's like, you are not in any way, shape, or form going to tell me that a big monkey is going to be able to beat up a fucking hyper-evolved lizard that literally has been nuked multiple times and is still going. Better go over this way because you can get more of those pale berries.
Well, while up to That's On Me, I Set the Bar Too Low meme, one of the first things that comes up is not the
Hey,
clip
hope
from
you're
the
well
show
this
it's
fine
actually
morning.
from. It's
Decorating you did yesterday
the
really
thumbnail is
lit up
I'm
the
a gamer.
place.
Oh yeah,
It's
I'm
really
in 10
beginning
games.
to feel like
Call
a
of
home.
Duty. That's on me. I set the bar too low. Are there more than 10 Call of Duties at this point?
Yes. Yeah, you got like the Call of Duty, Call of Duty 2, Call of Duty 3, Call of Duty 4, Call of Duty 5.
Call of Duty 4, Call of Duty 4, Modern Warfare, Call of Duty World at War.
No,
Call of
no,
Duty
no, no,
Modern
no, no,
Warfare
no, no,
2.
stop right there. You've got Call of Duty 2, Call of Duty Big Red One, Call of Duty 3, Call of Duty 4, Modern Warfare. You got Call of Duty 4, Modern Warfare. You got Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. You got Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. You got Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, Call of Duty Black Ops, Call of Duty Black Ops 2, Call of Duty Black Ops 3, Call of Duty Ghosts, Call of Duty Advanced Wars, Call of Duty Infinite War, Call of Duty fucking Vanguard, Call of Duty World War 2, and there is a specific reason that I listed Modern Warfare's 1 through 3 twice.
What was that?
The fact that they got remastered and are considered different games because they do not follow the plot lines and level progressions of the originals exactly. They actually retcon a bunch of shit.
And they didn't have them even made by the same company either.
What was it, Kill House or something? Tripwire, what's
Lead
it called?
developers were Infinity Ward on the original, and Raven Software for the first remaster of Modern Warfare.
Oh shit, they got
Modern Warfare 1.
fucking, they put Raven Software onto that. Man, that
Yeah.
probably explains why it was actually very well received. Because Raven Software is
Remastered?
one of those companies that really fucking knows what they're doing when it comes to first-person shooters. Those are the guys that made Fear.
And I'm seeing why Cold War got very well received.
Oh yeah, that's right, there's Cold War.
Yeah, and you want to know why it was probably very well received? Because I remember it being very well received.
Raven.
Yeah. It is the only other game in this list that they have worked on.
Not true. They've actually worked on a lot more of them because they were put to work in the Call of Duty mines, mining out new maps.
As official proper developers,
Yeah.
they only did Cold
Yeah,
War
yeah, but
as
that's-
a remaster.
But that's the point, is that they have worked on many more of the series. It's just they were never really credited.
Yeah, that's a strange thing that I'm looking at it, because it's like they do it really fucking well, but nobody asks them to make them.
Yeah, which is really dumb.
So
You know,
they're
just...
too small to go independent on their own. Apparently,
Oh yeah. It's...
the company itself keeps changing hands.
Yeah, mainly on account of just Activision are idiots.
Yep.
Although, you want to know one of the funny things that I remember from back in the day when they made World at War? The fact that that was made by Treyarch. You know the other major title that I'm aware of that Treyarch made that I fucking loved? Spider-Man 3 for the Xbox 360. It gets absolutely trounced on by people go, oh my god, I remember that game was so bad, and it's like, no it fucking wasn't. If you think that game sucks ass, you are an idiot.
I think it's because most people think that Spider-Man 3, the movie, is pretty bad.
Yeah, it gets kind of shot on because of the movie, and most people remember Spider-Man 2 for the GameCube. And the thing is, the PS2 version is fucking identical to the GameCube one.
And don't get me wrong, Spider-Man 3 as a whole is a pretty good movie. The problem is that it's got too much going on.
Yeah. Honestly, because the whole thing is, right,
Bye now.
most of the Venom plotline was not meant to actually be
No.
involved in that. Because the whole thing is, right, like the stuff with Peter getting the symbiote suit, that was actually supposed to be how Spider-Man 3 ended. the original write-up basically focused on Eddie Brock Venom. Sandman, if memory serves, was supposed to basically be like a sort of character that existed just in the prologue. To be like, it would start mid-Sandman heist or something. But then they also wanted to do an origin thing with Sandman, so they'd written that. And then the studio was like, we got to put all this stuff together as one film. Which was so dumb considering the fact that they heavily focused on Dr. Octavius, right? Doc Ock. Yes, his name is literally Duke Ock.
Yeah.
That's why Spider-Man 2 is considered the best in the Raimi trilogy, because it focuses on a really good villain, and the fact that like Alfred Molina was perfect for that role. I mean, that it's when you get stuff like there's a meme, it's along the lines of the Cyanide and Happiness and that, right, where you get Doc Ock comes in, and it's for a series called Dr. Octagonopus, right, where he comes in and he's like, I'm Dr. Octagonopus, blah, and does like the I'm charging my laser thing, and like when he comes in initially, Spider-Man pops up and goes, oh my god, it's Alfred Molina. And then gets Dr. Octagonopus in the face with a giant laser. Oh man, classic internet memes. I might actually do that. I actually think one of these days I might do a thing where I'm going to screen share like an incognito tab on my browser, and we will just talk about silly old meme videos and watch them on my stream.
Fair enough. My thing with Alfred Molina is that he is just good in anything he's in.
Oh, hands down, he is like the best part in my opinion. Well, there's two things that are the best parts of Spider-Man No Way Home. One of them is the fact that they brought back Alfred Molina to be Dr. Octavius. And the second part...
Apparently, I shit you not, he wanted to do the Doc Ock clause, all practical effects again.
Yeah.
I said no.
Yeah, which is really sad, because that I think would have made it cooler.
That much better. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, there's also the fact that like in the original Spider-Man 2 film, like you can tell that Sam Raimi is a horror director at heart when you see that scene where they're trying to like surgically remove the thing that's around Alfred Molina's waist that allows the robo tentacles to like connect with his spine. Because he has this thing like surgically attached to his spine that allows him to have this harness put around that mounts the robo tentacles. But he's also got this little AI thing at the base of his neck that's supposed to keep him in control of the AI. The problem is that gets broken and the AI immediately takes over control of him.
Because his power of the sun thing zaps him and fries it.
Yeah, he makes like he makes what's basically a fusion reactor.
Yeah. And
like the whole thing with the tentacles is being able to like reach around the entire thing and give her a reach around, dick joke. Yes, we're very mature on this stream, just roll with it. Basically he's able to use these to like effectively, you know that thing they do in like Dragon Ball where they'll have like a power ball that they like expand and they keep moving their hands around it to like keep it in its orb form. That's essentially what he's doing with the robo tentacles. And yeah, as Magical says, the thing is, as everything starts going to shit and it's like clearly breaking down, in the process of trying to control everything, yeah, he gets like 50 quintillion volts straight to the spinal cord and it breaks the chip.
The inhibitor chip.
Yeah, the inhibitor chip. And then of course, I think it's actually kind of cool that Peter tries to figure out what's happened with him in the film, and then it turns out that that's literally like straight up the thing that Peter in No Way Home is able to diagnose and fix, because he has the Stark Tech Nano Constructor Forge doohickey that he's then literally able to make a new inhibitor chip for him and put it in place, and then of course he's now,
like,
it immediately goes back to Alfred Molina is now the one in charge rather than the robo tentacles.
The funny thing about it is, like, he goes from being shouty all the time to suddenly being quiet again.
Yeah.
Which people forget that those tentacles became voices in his head. Which is a fun detail that most people have missed.
I mean, in a way, it does sort of rob him from the fact that he is the one that did that in the film.
Yeah. Like, the thing
Oh,
is,
you
the
are
tentacles
kidding
do have
me.
a personality, is that the tentacles did have a personality of their own, all things considered.
Oh, yeah.
And usually they would listen to him. Because, you know, they needed him to get around as much as he needed them.
Pretty much.
So, opinions of, what's his name, who played, Harry in the, Spider-Man films, name escaping me. Very controversial guy, James Franco!
I don't mind James Franco.
I didn't recognize it was him.
The thing that I find funny about that is the last thing I saw James Franco in, other than clips from Spider-Man 3, is actually the douchebag Franco incarnation that he plays in a film. I forget what it's called, but it's basically all of these actors are playing themselves, and they're like asshole versions of themselves, and like half the world gets raptured, and then the rest of it is like an apocalypse thing. But these guys were all having a party at somebody's mansion, at James Franco's mansion in Hollywood. Because like there's a bit where James Franco gets like killed by the rest of them because, as a complete dickhead, he like eats the last of the food that they've got or something because he's got the munchies after getting baked.
I mean, he was an asshole for different reasons, as it turned out, and had to go dark for a while. But
did he do bad? Did he do the bad things?
I forget exactly what he did, but I remember he had to go dark for a while.
I mean, to be fair, he is one of the reasons that I have an issue with anything being referred to as pie.
You know what? Fair enough.
I just have this linguistic issue with that word. And part of it comes from him being menacing while referring to cherry pie in Spider-Man 3, when it's like kind of revealed to Peter that Harry has regained his memory and is kind of aware that, you know, he's New Goblin and all that.
Also, Willem Dafoe is one of those actors that doesn't seem to age.
He is absolutely fucking amazing in both of those films as the Green Goblin, as the original Norman Osborn Goblin. So fucking good. Like, I mean, legitimately, if it was not for him, I think a lot of people really would not have taken to No Way Home as they did. You know, the fact that we got another film with him as Green Goblin. And then, of course, there's also that fact that you then also get the... I mean, I love the fact that they dropped one of the most well-known lines that he has from Spider-Man 1, being that I'm something of a scientist myself. So
yes.
Every time you see, you know, Norman Osborn, Green Goblin, it's always just that sort of smug way that he says that.
If you ever find yourself in need of a job and don't mind commuting to another universe.
Yeah. Which is, in a way, kind of sad, because I actually sort of wish they did commit to him actually being a good guy. But it's still that thing where Green Goblin is probably the most well-known Spider-Man villain for a good reason.
Yeah.
It's because he is a fantastic villain.
It's because he is literally batshit insane.
Yeah. I mean, he is effectively, when it comes to the Rogues Gallery, he is basically Spider-Man's Joker.
Pretty much.
You know what? I think we'll just have
Apparently
one
Apparently
assembler.
Willem Dafoe is going to be in the new Beetlejuice movie.
Yeah, I think you said that.
So, should be interesting. Because, I'll be honest, I've never seen him in anything else
Really?
outside of the Spider-Man movies. At least I don't think I have.
Have you seen John Wick?
Actually, no.
Right, okay, then you can make that claim.
Funny thing is, I know the entire plot of every John Wick movie.
Well, you know the guy who in the plot is a sniper that saves him from the psycho woman that tries to kill him in the hotel.
Yep.
That's Willem Dafoe.
Fair enough. Let's see, going through his filmography, is there anything else I've seen?
It probably is.
Is a voice of one of the fish in Finding Nemo. So I
Oh.
have seen him in one other thing, but it's from around the same
Well, you
time
haven't
period.
seen him. You haven't seen him, though, that's the thing. Who did he voice in Finding Nemo?
A fish called Gil.
A
Who
f-
is by... Who is...
Is that the angelfish?
it's called it's a Moorish idol, apparently.
You'd probably have to, like, send me a picture of what the character looked like.
I can do that. Quite easily.
Yes, the angelfish.
Morning. Hope you had a good night's sleep. Let's do
I mean, to be fair, I legitimately
We'll find out there.
did not actually realize that was him that did that voice.
Neither did I. And so, oh,
Paper trouble.
that's somebody
Better
did.
check the crops.
Good to know. Haven't seen that. That's actually good to know.
Oh, nice, you made me kill one of my plants. Thanks, noxious bobble. I'm pretty sure that's actually the reason why their
Oh, correction. There is something else I've seen him in.
project to colonize this planet failed.
He was in the Murder on the Orient Express movie from 2017.
Oh yeah, that's right. Which one did he play in that?
1 second. Let me scroll
Oh
back.
wait, was he not actually?
Gerard Hardman. He was Gerard.
Oh, was he actually on the train, or was he the girl's father?
I don't no. I looked up
Oh no, wait, right, yeah, I remember. He's the guy that's there. He's the father of the maid who was basically pointed out as being the one that had totally kidnapped and killed the little girl, when it was actually Johnny Depp's character.
Yeah. I do like how they resign themselves to the whole theory of they all did it.
Come on up.
Well, because they all did it.
Yeah, because they all had a reason to do it.
Well, there's also the fact that they all literally stood there taking the knife and turning and stabbing him.
Yeah, they basically Caesared his ass.
Yes.
It's like, I won't tell... But Charo at the end is like, I won't tell you exactly who did it. I will let you guys decide.
Well, no, he expressly makes the point of that they all did it. But if memory serves, they kind of bullshit a thing that he does at the end, because that actually marks where in the series he stops wearing the crucifix.
I believe so, yeah.
Because
it's been a while
that,
since I've actually looked
yeah,
at it.
because that case does actually sort of shake his belief in, you know, all things having a black and white, good and evil thing. Because it's like he can understand why they did it, but the fact is they still committed murder.
I didn't realize that was Defoe in this movie, though.
I did, and then
Forgot
you
about it.
mentioned it, yeah, because I'd kind of forgotten about it.
And one thing he
Mainly
does,
because I'm of the opinion that those ones are not that great. I mean, to be fair, for all the Murder on the Nile one is accurate to the book, honestly, I do not think that Gal Gadot was like well directed in that, because I've seen her do good acting as like Wonder Woman and stuff. I've seen her in a couple other things where she can act. The thing is,
Yeah.
she gives a very wooden performance as this like super amazing world-renowned actress in Murder on the Nile, okay, Death on the Nile. But at the same time, both of those films I did not think were as good as the David Suchet fucking what's his name? What's the character's name? Poirot.
Hercule Poirot.
Hercule. It's not Hercule. It's Hercule.
So I pronounce it the way I pronounce it.
Well, you pronounce it wrong. Let me guess. You
Yes.
think he's French, don't you?
No.
Good, because he's
believe
actually Belgian.
Hey, see, I do know some things.
But you can't get the fucking name right, even though he pronounces it multiple times every episode.
Also, I forgot that David Suchet. I keep calling him such it for some strange reason.
It's because you're American and therefore you have a speech impediment. It's called an American accent, where
Yeah,
you
fair
fuck
enough.
up words all the time. Like, by the way, it's a herb.
Didn't we have this discussion the other day, or quite literally yesterday?
I was mainly pointing out how fucking infuriating that was to hear that guy go from talking about herbs to then mentioning an herbal remedy, and I just wanted to fucking hit him.
It's from Minnesota, don't you know?
Although another one that was fucking funny was a sign someone had put up in an area that had a shit ton of snow in Canada, right? And the sign said, "Mind the road, eh?" And the guy who was reading it out looks at the sign, and it's like someone in Canada put up this sign, "Mind the road, hey." And it's like, dude, how the fuck do you exist on the internet and you've not heard the joke about every time a Canadian says something,
It's a-
they
it's a
always,
sentence.
yeah, they always end their sentences with the word "a."
Even Canadians are aware of this.
Well, I mean, I should fucking hope that the Canadians are aware about the joke about Canadians.
to the point where some will even actually go out of their way to do it.
Yeah, don't you know, we're Canadians, eh? We end our sentences with the word "a." Eh? Don't mind me, don't mind me, buddy. We're going out for a rip, eh? I mean, I can't really do a legit, for some reason, fuck off, Brian. I was about to say Australian accent there for some baffling reason.
You're about several.
I'm a boot.
off.
I'm a boot several continents away, innit? Eh? Oh man, it's like, it's a hoot when you're a boot. Which is kind of funny to me because even though I know the whole thing where it's the word about being said differently, I still have this habit of my brain says, why would you be a boot? Boots have laces.
I think it's up there with Hootsman, the song. You know, there's a moose loose about this moose.
Oh fuck, there's a hoose moose a hoose. Oh shit. I didn't want a hoose about my moose.
Yeah, well, it's like the music video for is a bunch of ghosts chasing a mouse.
Okay.
I'm not even kidding.
I'm not even questioning.
I need a ginger ale. I'll be back.
Alcoholic.
No alcohol and ginger ale.
Yes there is. They just didn't tell you.
Yes, because Canada Dry, a soft drink company, totally puts alcohol in their... How did you flip over that time?
I didn't.
Hey.
I bounced off the rock and landed in the water. Well, yeah, because if I flip over, I get out and right the neck. If I go in water, I get emergency protocol activated.
Yeah, fair enough. Anyway, I need my soda pop.
Ah, your soda pop.
The soda that I've been addicted to for the last...
No, I can hear you. I fell over. I smushed my face into a tree. I need a better jump jet. Oh crap. Oh no. Oh no. Ah, yeah, we toast. So they have kept the grid walls. Yeah, you know what? I'm not gonna be able to go over there. Oh damn! Oh no! That's too heavy. Oh, I'm missing one artifact. I should check in case it's in here. Definitely doesn't seem like it.
I have returned. I have 2 cans of soda.
How dare you, you greedy bastard.
Hey, I bought it. Did I ever tell you the story of how I wound up getting addicted to ginger ale?
You have an addictive personality.
No.
Very little self-control.
Well, there's that. But, when we were very young, we were given make-your-own glycerin soap kits by some family members. They stayed in our attic for several years until one day we decided to clean it out and we found
Figured
it.
out what this place was used for.
My brother decided to make some using a mug. I thought it would be fine to just rinse out the mug and use it.
Right.
Turns out it was not. I got the same reaction that I get whenever I drink a chai latte.
You mean some chai tea?
No, chai latte and chai tea. Last time I had chai, it was chai latte.
You should have
Not to
had
be
some.
confused with chia.
You should have had some chai tea.
Gives you the same reaction, makes my stomach feel like it's being twisted and knocked.
I mean, that sounds like a personal problem, dude.
It is, it sucks. Because honestly, chai is pretty good.
Take your word for it.
But, I had very wicked stomach cramps after drinking residual glycerin soap.
Well, I mean, don't do that.
So, I told my dad to please buy some ginger ale, and he comes home with a 8-pack Canada Dry.
And you drank all 8 of them.
Not in one go, because my stomach was too sour. But I did go through all of them. And I found I liked the taste quite a bit. And then it became one of the only sodas I will drink. My favorite version of it still has to be the ginger ale bold, because it had more of a pronounced ginger flavor to it. But it's not sold in my part of the US anymore. I have to get it shipped from down south, where apparently it's really big. So what are you trying to do now? What is fodder?
Codes.
Ah. Yeah. The Orient Express available for streaming on anything.
Yay, it's raining.
Ain't
Woo!
shot, extra farmer. Don't forget to water your crops today. Otherwise, it'll be a bit tough for them to grow.
Oh, A Gentleman in Moscow isn't on Hulu, it's on Paramount Plus. On Showtime. And its image is some actor holding a Fabergé egg. Or a remake of a Fabergé egg. I recognize one of the faces here. I can't place the name. Anyway, I was going to look up Murder on the Orient Express, wasn't I?
Why?
I wanted to see if it was streaming anywhere.
Hmm.
It is not at the moment. Darn. Most recent one, A Haunting in Venice, is on Hulu.
Wait, A Haunting in Venice?
Yep.
Man, you're gonna miss that amazing front flip I just did.
No, I saw it.
I just didn't manage to tuck and roll.
Yup, another ruin site. I wonder what it has in store for us. If you're worried about alien monsters, don't be. These things have not moved an inch since I first arrived. Whoever used to live here has not been around for a long time. What a fascinating
Also decided to
discovery.
look up what else Kenneth Branagh has been in. He was apparently in the Oppenheimer movie.
Nice, fine.
Which I have only just found out is 3 hours long.
Only just.
Yep. Movie's been out for almost a year. And I only just found out.
What a fascinating discovery.
Probably see if I can't find David Suchet's
Sushi.
Wait to
Poirot.
analyze this.
whatever. Oh hey, Shaun of the Dead is apparently on sale. Because you know, who doesn't like a little Simon Pegg? I don't know, do you like Simon Pegg?
I think he was better before he got, like, big and
Famous.
popular.
Oh. The Poirot series is available The David Suchet Poirot series is available on
Poirot.
BritBox.
It's not Poirot. Like fucking say everything
What
weird
a
as shit.
fascinating discovery.
Kid.
Yeah, well, I mean, you stole the language. At least fucking learn to speak it properly when you steal it.
Hey, at least they spell color with a U.
Well, I mean,
Discovery.
technically speaking, you're wrong to do that
Why?
because the American spelling doesn't have the U.
I know, I was taught the Canadian spelling. AKA British English spelling. By my great-grandmother, who was French-Canadian.
Well, was she French Canadian or was she an asshole? And the reason I'm asking that is because I'm aware of, like, French Canadians can be absolute assholes. Like,
She was
about
pretty nice.
specifically having to be like, oh, no, you speak at the Frenchy here.
Well, considering I was 5 when she passed away, and my grandmother seems to have gotten a lot of influence from her, I'd say borderline. Because it was her mother. And my grandmother probably doesn't have that much time left on that note. Her condition suddenly took a turn for the worse while in rehab.
Oh, that's not good.
Nope, we're giving her 1, 2 weeks top, 3 weeks at a stretch. If she keeps this up.
Well, and then you're just gonna take her around the vets and get her put down.
She's given up.
Alright.
Even my uncle, who's a nurse for the Veterans Association, doesn't have much hope.
Right, because, I mean, that's the whole thing. I don't think necessarily you get to give her that amount of time. It's kind of...
No, it's
She's
it's-
deciding that amount of time. Yeah, I mean, I'm not meaning you as in you specifically.
No, it's basically her clock at this point. Tick tock, time's up. She's 86, though. She had a good run. Especially considering the general mortality rate of stroke victims. Who would have thought that half of your body shutting down for a time could cause a lot of damage?
We'll just pretend that faceplant was 100% intentional.
Whee! I wanted to do Superman like the Iron Giant. And all the 90s kids in the audience just started weeping.
He just wanted to be a friend.
I really need to watch that movie again. I haven't seen that since I was in high school.
I've never actually seen it.
Oh, I'd recommend it. If just for the fact that, if just for the meme culture shit about it alone.
But not even just for the fact that it's Vin Diesel that voices the Iron Giant.
I didn't know that until we got around to Infinity War.
Oh my god, no joke, I half expected you right then to be like, wait, what?
No. No, I knew it was Vin Diesel, but not until I was in like high school. Because the only thing I had known Vin Diesel for was the Fast and Furious movies. And I had never
I
seen
live
those.
my life a quarter mile at a time. I know that was exceptionally terrible. I'm not doing a growly voice. Have you ever actually heard him speak normally?
I would assume no.
Yeah, because his voice is actually really fucking high pitched in comparison. Like, it really sounds fucking high pitched. It doesn't sound like it should.
That's like when you hear the police interview with Al Capone. When you think Al Capone, you probably think 1920s gangster, see? But he sounded more like
Hey,
me.
see, I'm one of those people. I've killed tons of people, see? I say, Jimmy, make him dead, and Jimmy does it. Why? Because Jimmy's a pussy. See?
Is that For a hardened criminal, Al Capone was apparently a very good family man.
I mean, the thing that I find fucking amazing is how they caught him.
Yeah, tax. This silly fucker forgot to pay him.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's that whole thing where, like, it's a dude who we all fucking know that he 100% ordered, like, hundreds of people's death. Committed massive amounts of, like, all these kind of frauds and thefts and murders, the whole fucking lot. And then, yeah, the whole fucking shebang, the whole kit and caboodle. And then what ends up happening is not all the murders, it's not all the bribery and the threats of violence and the racketeering and the fucking bank jobs and shit. No, it's fucking tax evasion.
Yeah, they sent him up the river for that. They couldn't prove anything else. And the funny thing is, the guy was a great philanthropist, apparently, too.
Well, this is that thing. This is that thing, right? I mean, if I had a large audience, I'd probably get a ton of hate for this, right? But the whole thing is, when you look at how fondly people like the Krays are remembered, you know, when they were like objective psychos that would straight up, if they took a dislike to you and they wanted you dead, yeah, they would straight up just murder the fuck out of you, right? And yet, there are all of these people who were like, oh yeah, they were absolutely amazing. You know, I had this problem, and you know, Reggie straight up did all of these things for me. You know, the cops come along saying, hey, did you see anything about how the Krays totally did a bank job? And we'd be like, no, officer, we don't know who the hell you're talking about. Those people don't live around here. You know, like people who literally live fucking next door to the Krays are like, no, never saw anything. And it wasn't through fear. It was through respect and admiration.
Yeah, they like them. Like, well, they were just patching my roof the other day. They couldn't have been doing that.
Yeah, exactly. And the whole thing is, if that person's roof leaks, they could literally have said to, you know, the Krays, do you happen to know anyone about that? And if they didn't, there's a high likelihood that they would have been like, you know what, we'll find somebody to help deal with this.
And like, Al Capone literally had his own fucking soup kitchen.
Ah.
I didn't know that until recently. You know, fairly good old Italian cooking for the homeless and the needy. Made good old soup that his mama used to make.
I gotta admit, they do look a lot more intriguing from your point of view.
Like, but we only hear about the criminal side.
From up here, they have the same readings as a dull rock. And I find most rock.
Like, you don't hear what they did in their free time with all of their ill-gotten gains.
What a fascinating discovery.
And I honestly find it kind of funny.
Nice.
It's genuinely not one of those things that you think about.
Yeah, I mean, this is why you end up with stuff like how in The Godfather, for instance, like there's that clear indication of, yeah, Vito totally sends people to their deaths. He totally 100% does that kind of shit. But there's also a reason that, like, you know, hundreds of people have this, like, massive respect for the guy. And it's not out of being shit scared you might have them killed or anything. No, it's literally, yeah, but it mainly comes down to those things where it's like, well, see, I run a shop and a bunch of hooligans from this other area came around causing a problem. So this guy sent a couple of dudes around who beat them up and then stood outside protecting my business for the next 3 weeks. You know what he's asked of me since then? Fuck all. I give him a discount, not because he's the fucking, you know, the don of the local mafia family. I give him a discount that I choose because this guy sent people round to make my life easier. And he did that without me asking. You know, and you would, and like, I mean, a lot of the stuff when it comes to Don Vito Corleone from the Godfather trilogy are literally based on actual, like, stories of that people have told in regards to, you know, knowing people like that. I mean, hell, one of the things that I find kind of crazy is like, there's a guy on YouTube that does like a whole pile of interviews and stuff with people. He's been on tons of podcast shows and everything. The guy's a hardened criminal that's done like damn near half his life in prison for murder when he worked as a mafia hitman.
Yeah,
And yet he's
as I recall.
someone like that. Yeah.
I believe he admitted that he's one of the few people that actually does know the fate of Jimmy Hoffa.
Yeah. And like they'll have him on a fucking talk show where he's literally sitting there like, yeah, I was in such and such a place with my dad, and then this mafia guy came in, so we talked about the stuff, and like then this guy's like, hey, this guy can get this stuff through customs. That's how I got into the mafia. You know, I started as like sneaking shit through customs for a family. And he's just like straight up open about a shit ton of the like heinous criminal acts he's done.
He already went to jail for a lot of it. What are they gonna do? Try him again?
Oh yeah, I mean that's that whole thing. Like you guys literally have that double jeopardy rule that states they can.
Can't.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. The state you can't, because he's already been done for something. You can't then do him. Yeah, you can't then do it again. Even if it turns out that, you know, he committed some other crime in the process of doing this crime, well, that no longer counts because he already did time.
I mean, he could still be banged up for an ancillary crime, but you're only more likely to get to go through during the appeals process. Meaning they just probably wouldn't bother.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's like literally it's more effort than it's worth at this point.
Like, literally, he has admitted the worst thing that could happen is some former member of the family he was part of, because as I recall, he also admitted that it is long gone.
Yeah, if somebody was to turn up and whack him.
Yeah.
And like, that's the only thing he would actually be paranoid for. But, at the same time, he has absolutely no worry. Yeah, he's got zero worries about being done for anything he said on, like, podcasts or streams or whatever that he's been involved with.
Like, there's stuff that he won't admit to, like if he actually admits what happened to Jimmy Hoffa.
Yeah, it's one of those things, like, I totally could tell you, but I'm not gonna. Because that's something I would actually be murdered for.
Hey, at least he's honest about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's also kind of that thing where I legit think if you actually did find out exactly what happened to Jimmy Hoffa, it would probably be incredible. Yeah, it would be very anticlimactic.
Yeah, let's just believe he's under a football field.
What? No, I mean he's in that bridge. Remember?
No, the rumor is a football field in the U.S.
Oh, so you guys don't have the one that he's totally in. I've heard there's one of the rumors that he's in the foundations of the Golden Gate Bridge, which I find funny because I'm pretty sure that was built before he was killed, or not killed but disappeared.
Disappeared, presumed dead, not living on Rikers Island.
Yeah.
Which is a prison, mind you.
Well, also Rikers Island is in New York.
Yep.
So I mean that's kind of the other thing. Why would he be on Rikers?
You never know. The Mafia have done some strange things.
I mean, I'm pretty sure. Well, I mean, on the assumption if he was alive, right, and like, you know, got thrown into prison under like an assumed name. Like, oh yeah, this isn't Jimmy Hoffa. This is Hoffason Jimmyson. He's the notorious criminal. And then he ends up getting put away under that kind of bullshit, which, you know, supposedly has happened. in the past. But point is, like, the general consensus I've heard is that most people tend to believe that he's totally 100% cement shoed in San Francisco Bay, right?
The funny thing is, his disappearance was in Michigan,
Yeah, but a lot of people
which
still
is
say,
central United States.
yeah, but the whole thing is, I've heard so many people saying about how he was totally dumped in San Francisco Bay. But see, this is why you never found him, because you were looking around Michigan when they actually took him across country and dumped him in San Francisco Bay. See, that's why you can't find him clearly. I keep wanting to jump, but I'm over encumbered because of all the shit I'm carrying. It's not even that much shit, it's probably those stones that are doing it. I may be able to get some half-decent random shit for the merchant. But yeah, just in point of fact, because we are coming up in the 4-hour mark, I will be ending pretty soon. I may actually just call it after I check the merchant and maybe, I don't know, clear the like millions of noxious things that are probably tying up my farm. Which doesn't actually seem to be a thing, which I'm kind of surprised about.
Here's the guy,
Come on up and
DJ
take a
Vlad.
look.
DJ Vlad?
Yeah,
What you
the,
talking about, Walsh?
The former crime, family guy.
Hmm. I think after I'm done here, I'm going to go back to playing knockoff Vampire Survivors clones. I need to actually do that as a stream at some point. I'd say I'm streaming Vampire Survivors, but it's actually going to be Vampire Survivors clones. And just looking at random, yeah, it would be like this is what Vampire Survivors is, and then here's a bunch of random knockoffs that I happen to own that are almost all actually fairly decent little games in their own right. I mean, speaking of which, I actually ended up getting a couple new ones just recently.
Yeah, you were showing me one yesterday.
No, I wasn't. I was showing you one that I bought a while back, called BioPro type. The other ones I got recently are Artifact Seeker, which at some point is probably going to get a massive amount of bad reviews because it's clearly using AI art. And the other one is a game called Scarlet Tower. They were both like less than £4 each.
Fair enough.
I don't think I'm going to buy anything for here because like, there's not any decent mech parts that I want. I mean, I might sell a few things and try and get the hot rod engine. Let's see. What have I got worthwhile?
Fair enough.
And actually
Well,
just
I
sell
can't
that and
not
then
buy it,
boom.
can I?
I could sell those fish fossils.
Well, I can't not buy it, can I?
Is there any good blueprints on one? No. So, mech parts. Let's get the hot rod engine.
Nothing.
Oh wait, that's an arm set. Right, that's not left and right. That's a set.
Deal.
You know what? I'll get the vintage windscreen, so I have like the don't have the stuff around the windscreen.
Vintage windscreen. Country road.
Shut your
stay
mouth. Hot rod engine, windscreen, and the arms. Oh look, they got flowers on them. Something a tad flowery about these. Hey, we can get on there. Oh, god damn it.
Are you sure you got mech windows and not something from a Volkswagen?
You shut up.
For those who don't get the reference, for Volkswagen, they actually made what you would know as a hippie bus.
Yeah, everyone knows about the VW party bus. You know what? Actually, I might use. I'm gonna use that one and that one rather than that arm. We're gonna put this one on. That's up there, and then we get this one. Put it there. Now, what other legs have we got? You know what? We'll have a left leg. Because that arm that we're going to see whenever I'm changing tools, that's the one that's the it's got the flowery pattern on it. The other one's a kind of classic arm that the tools actually go on. Because you barely get to actually see it. Which is sort of lame. But then also we have this like massive panoramic view screen. But yeah, seriously, developers, VR, go for it. You could totally do it. It'd be awesome. I could potentially do it through the Unreal Engine VR mod.
Yeah.
do not get why this is making it like even blurrier when it clearly should be and close to it. There we go. I got a little screenshot that I will use for my for the next time I stream this. I'm just gonna save and quit. Because I gotta go for a whiz because I drank 1.5 liters of pineapple juice. That's not gonna come back and bite me in the ass later.
If I did that, I'd get heartburn.
I mean, let's face it, if you did that, you'd probably fucking fall down the stairs and explode.
Well, I don't have stairs, so...
You'd find them. Like, your house secretly has stairs, you just don't know where they are. They sneak out and jump under your feet, and then you fall down and go kablooey. Legit.
Another reason to be irrationally afraid of stairs.
Yeah.
Well, the funny thing is that my irrational fear is that they will just straight up drop out from underneath me.
I mean, to be fair, I can understand that irrational fear. Alright. So, yeah, I'm going to call it quits here tonight. I really have to go for a whiz. So, yeah, thank you very much for watching, and I will catch everyone later. Bye!